Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku Isekaied to RWBY and had Harem? Part 1. This story is Hunting for a Hero by gamer GG7267. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Izuku was done with seeing casualties litter the streets. Done with seeing lives ruined because of All for One. He was trying to prevent that, but nothing was working. And while he hunted down All for One and Shigaraki, everyone around him got hurt. All Might nearly died when his car was blown up. Lady Nagant exploded when Izuku got her to change her ways. Luckily, before she was flown away by Hawks to get medical care, she was able to tell Izuku where All for One was hiding out. The Hybori Woods. He, along with several other pro-heroes, made their way to the woods and stood outside a mansion that used to belong to the Creature Rejection clan. A disgusting group of quirkists who discriminated against those with mutation quirks. The group was killed a while ago by the League of Villains, but with the state Japan was in, discrimination quickly returned. So it was a good thing they were dead, otherwise he'd have to deal with a whole new group along with the ones already hurting innocent people. "I'm going in alone," Izuku told the heroes. His voice was scratchy and dull, as if he'd swallowed a bag of gravel then did an intense workout. "Deku, don't be stupid," Endeavor scolded him. "We go in together, as a team." "No," Izuku replied, walking forward towards the house and away from the heroes. "I'll scout out the building and tell you if I find anything. If the house has any booby traps, you could get hurt." "Young man, are you forgetting that we are pro-heroes?" Best Jeanist questioned. "We can handle ourselves just fine." Izuku paused and turned his head to face the heroes. His green eyes shone from behind the shadow the mask cast upon his eyes. "I will not have anyone get hurt because of me again," he told them with a tone that left no room for discussion before walking towards the mansion. "Besides, All for One and Shigaraki still aren't capable of taking one for all from me." Reaching the door, he pushed on it, but it remained shut. He jiggled the door and clicked on the door's handles, but it wouldn't budge. Izuku raised his leg and kicked the door open. A loud bang reverberated around the empty mansion as the doors flew off their hinges and onto the ground. Carefully treading through the abandoned mansion, Izuku scrunched up his face as the smell of decayed blood and rotting corpses filled his nostrils. Even though the source of the smell wasn't in the same room as him, it was clear the League of Villains didn't clean up after their massacre. Static filled Izuku's ears as a bright blue light shone behind him. He whipped his body around and clenched his fists, ready to fight All for One. But while All for One was there, his physical body wasn't. The deformed man's smug smile filled the hologram he had laid out for Izuku. He slowly raised his hands and gave a boyish slow and sarcastic applause. "Did you enjoy your Q&A session with Nagant, Izuku Midoriya? Because if you're seeing this message, then that must have been what happened." Rage filled Izuku's body as he looked at the man who had ruined so many lives. Killed so many innocent people. His teeth clenched together as he contemplated destroying the hologram just to avoid looking at the bastard's face. "You see, I love predicting and reading people, and a boy like you could never abandon someone like her, yes." His condescending tone spoke out. Izuku gripped his fists as the rage increased tenfold. He had predicted Izuku's every move and worked against them, like he was just a pawn on the world's biggest chessboard. He was so focused on All for One, he didn't notice the quiet ticking coming from the hologram's projector. "I didn't force her, you know. She acted on her own free will. But those poor souls who stumble on the road of life are labeled villains." All for One told him. "People go on and on about quirks, preaching the merits of individuality, but ours is a regimented society under tight control. One where the wrong sort of individuality gets you ostracized. Purged." He paused, letting what he said sink into Izuku's mind before he started up again. "Democracy. Socialism. Doesn't matter. There are no exceptions, because the root of all this predates the concept of human society altogether. It's the principle that governs all social organisms." As much as Izuku wanted to deny it, but All for One was right. He knew firsthand. When he was born he was given a horrible deck of cards by God. And he tried. He tried so hard to play the deck he was dealt, but no matter what, everyone kept looking down on him. treating him as if he was nothing. Just a wooden puppet they could play with then throw away once they'd their fun. The path you've chosen is a thorny one. Every battle grinds away at your soul with no end in sight. Can you guess who was on my mind the entire time I was in jail? It was you, he sinisterly stated, but I don't want one for all anymore. Izuku's body locked up. He had no clue what all for one was talking about, but from his tone, it wasn't anything good. You see, I've been thinking about it all wrong. I've always wanted to steal my little brother's quirk, that way no one could oppose me when I rose to power. But I realized something. I'm the strongest creature on the planet. The only threat to me is you. A 16-year-old boy who doesn't even have full control over his quirks. You believe you've unlocked the full potential of your quirk, but that can't be further from the truth. You have merely scratched the surface of what One for All can do, but I guess you'll never get to experience that. Izuku's brain went into overdrive and he abandoned his rage and replaced it with fear. His eyes darted around the room, looking for any threat, but found nothing. That was until he heard the ticking. I used to want to kill All Might, but now I'm no longer interested in that big oaf. All for One gave him a big grin and pointed at him the same way All Might pointed to him in Kamino. Now it's your turn. Danger sense went off like a hurricane in Izuku's head. Quickly reacting, he activated One for All and set the percentage to 100%. His bones rattled and his body ached, but 100% also made his body near invulnerable to physical trauma. It was a price he was willing to pay. For added protection, he wrapped his body in Black Whip-like armor. It took only a second for him to protect himself, and that was all he had, because immediately after an explosion engulfed the building and rose 10 stories high. Izuku muffled his screams of pain as the heat crawled up his body. But unbeknownst to him, the projector bomb released a torrent of energy to explode to that magnitude. All for One had planned to make an explosion so big that Izuku wouldn't be able to escape it. At the same time, Izuku was releasing enormous amounts of energy to keep himself alive. The energies began to mix together, combining their power. The air began to shake violently as the amount of energy being created could not be contained by space and time. A strange sound filled Izuku's ears as his costume began to burn up. He didn't know what was happening, but he wasn't able to lower his shields to look. He began to feel a tug on his body, as if something was dragging him. Then before he knew it, he was falling. The burning hot sensation was replaced by a cold feeling that sent shivers down Izuku's spine. Black Whip and One for All deactivated immediately without Izuku's permission. Looking around, he found himself surrounded by multiple glowing lights, all moving past him as he fell through an endless void. Izuku looked up to see a giant green ball directly above him, getting further and further away with every passing second. Izuku tried activating Float to fly back up, but he couldn't. And it wasn't just Float that wasn't working. None of his quirks were working. They weren't responding when he tried calling upon them. Fear overtook Izuku as he watched balls of light rise up while he fell, all of them out of his reach. He rolled his body around and saw he was coming close to a yellow ball of light. Just before he fell past it, he held his hand out to reach for it, but it moved away from him. When he looked down, he saw a giant red ball come closer to him. Izuku tried to calculate where to reach for it, but stopped when he realized he was directly above it. With nothing he could do to prevent it, he braced his body and crashed into the red ball of light. It was a quiet night in the city of Vale. Parents were tucking their children into bed. Working-class citizens were unwinding with a drink between coworkers. It was peaceful. It was peaceful. Energy began to crackle above an alleyway, causing the air to smell like ozone. The air began to vibrate so heavily the whole city began to shake. Scream echoed throughout the city as many through an earthquake was occurring, but the tremors died down when a rift in space and time opened up above the alley. It spat out Izuku before closing shut, never to open again. Izuku landed on his back and watched as the rift that sent him to God knows where closed, stranding him. He stared at the starry night sky above him for a few moments, trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. Slowly, he got off his back and onto his feet. As he did, he noticed the iron on his boots were more cracked and bent, most likely due to the explosion. He took a good look at his gloves and found them to be nearly falling apart, looking more like claws than gloves. Damn it, Izuku cursed himself mentally. Hopefully it still works, he thought, before walking out of the alley and into an empty street. He looked around at the building around him and furrowed his brow. Where did All for One send me? He muttered to himself. He walked down the street, unsure of where he was going. Reaching into his pocket, he felt a rectangular bump. My phone, he thought before pulling it out and attempting to power it on. Please work. Please work. Please work, he begged. A sigh of relief escaped his lips when he saw the phone power on. But something was wrong. His phone normally located what region he was in and adjusted its time accordingly, but that wasn't happening. The time on his phone kept changing rapidly, not telling him which time zone he was in. He ignored that and opened up his navigation app, but it too was glitching out. Getting frustrated, Izuku went into his phone book and rang Endeavor, hoping he could get Izuku home before All for One attacked Japan. But the second he clicked Endeavor's phone number, he was met with a robotic voice telling him the number was unreachable. He tried calling Hawks, then the Lurkers, then All Might, but nothing changed. Izuku looked to the sky and let out a scream of frustration, but he lost his voice when he saw the moon in the sky. He dropped to his knees and took in deep breaths, trying to calm his nerves, but that wasn't going to happen. He tried to reason with himself, tell himself that what he was thinking was stupid, but it wasn't. His deep breaths became shaky as he grabbed his mask with his gloved hands and let out a scream. One not of frustration, but of despair as he stared up towards the shattered moon. Izuku was confused. He made his way through the city via traversing the rooftops. The streets below him were populated now, and he'd prefer it if they didn't scream and run from him. He'd had more than enough of that back in Japan. And now that his costume looked like someone had summoned a literal demon, he didn't think people would be willing to speak with him. Maybe if he took his mask off. No, mask stays on. The people below him didn't need to know who he was. Making a giant leap and landing on a rooftop with a slight stumble, Izuku rested against the railings and racked his brain on how the hell he ended up here. All he could remember was an explosion, him activating full cowling at 100% to protect his body, and then falling through the void, and finally ending up in a city that looked kinda like Britain. The only difference was that the moon wasn't shattered there, nor anywhere on Earth. But Izuku had to focus and think about what could have happened to him. He was probably teleported somewhere. All for One must have used a warp-type quirk to send him to wherever he was. He racked his brain, trying to figure out where. Maybe All for One sent him through time. Time travel quirks weren't impossible after all. Besides, it was the only logical explanation he could think of. Could I be in the future? Izuku thought, putting his hand to his respirator and starting to mumble, no. The surroundings look more old-timely. Could I be in the past then? I couldn't. The moon wasn't destroyed when I was born. And the history books would have talked about it. Then where did he send me? And why? He said he wanted me dead, so why did he use a warp quirk? Gah, why is this so confusing? He shouted out into the night sky. He took a few deep breaths before a familiar stabbing sensation shot through his head. His head whipped to the left so fast that he thought he broke his neck. On the other side of whatever city he was in, someone was causing havoc, with ill intentions. A danger towards innocent bystanders. He moved his body, ready to activate full cowling and jump towards whatever was happening, but he froze. This wasn't his timeline. He should be focusing on getting home. Japan was in danger every second he wasn't there. He turned away from danger, but could find the strength in him to walk away. A boy like you could never abandon someone. All for One's words rang out in his mind. His arrogant tone drowned out all the surrounding noise. Izuku clenched his fists tightly and clenched his teeth together. He took 2 deep breaths in, trying to calm himself down. But on the third breath, he realized something. All for One was right. He would never abandon someone in need. Because that's what made someone a hero. The streets were full of citizens, all enjoying a night out on the town. Whether it be drinking with colleagues or enjoying a quiet walk with their loved ones. But many began to disperse as a group of men walked down the street. At the front of the pack was a tall and lanky man with slanted, dark green eyes with eyeliner and bright, long, orange hair, with long bangs that covered his right eye. He walked in the front of the pack, adjusting his bowler hat when a gust of wind blew it slightly off-center. He quickly fixed it with his black gloves and tugged at his gray scarf tied around his neck. The cigar in the orange-haired man's mouth extinguished. He paused and quickly relit the cigar without touching it. He continued on his path and looked down the street he was walking and smirked when he saw a dust store still open. From dusk till dawn. The sign above the store read. The man entered the shop with his henchman and walked up to the counter. He looked at the elderly shopkeeper before taking his cigar out of his mouth and began waving it around. Ashes dropped onto the counter, annoying the shopkeeper. "Do you have any idea how hard it is to find a dust shop open this late?" he asked the shopkeeper. One of his henchmen pulled out a gun and aimed it at the shopkeeper, sending the elderly man into a panic. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Please. Just take my lien and leave," he pleaded. The criminal shushed the man repeatedly. "Calm down. We're not here for your money," he told the shopkeeper before turning to his goons. "Grab the dust." The henchmen wandered around the shop, taking all the dust they could find as the boss waited. One henchman walked towards a tube containing dust, but paused when he noticed a small, kid-sized, red-cloaked figure, reading the latest weapons magazine. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it towards the figure. "All right, kid. Hands where I can see 'em," he ordered, but the figure did not react to his words. "Hey, I said hands in the air. You got a death wish or something?" Quote. He shouted at her. His frustration only grew when the figure didn't react again. He walked towards the figure and tapped it on the shoulder. The figure turned around and lowered their hood, allowing the henchman to see it was a young girl with black hair with red tips and silver eyes. But what caught the henchman's attention were the headphones covering her ears. He motioned for her to take them off, which she did. "Yes?" the girl asked, unsure of what the man wanted with her. "I said, put your hands in the air now," the man ordered her. "Are you robbing me?" the girl questioned. "Yes," the henchman cried out, exasperated. "Oh." The boss waited for his henchman to finish when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw one of them go flying past him. He looked towards his henchmen and motioned for them to handle whatever was causing the disturbance. A henchman walked to where the knocked-out henchman used to be and aimed his gun at something. That something quickly kicked the man through the shop's window and followed him out onto the street. She pulled something out of her pocket and the item began to unfold, eventually forming into a giant mechanical scythe. She pulled a few tricks with it before slamming it into the road, causing it to crack. A silver rose emblem jangled on her belt, illuminated by the moonlight. The boss just stared at her before sighing. "Okay," he quietly muttered to himself before turning to the rest of his henchmen. "Get her." The henchmen began to run out of the store and charge the girl. The girl quickly dodged the first hit and spun around with her scythe before kicking one of the henchmen back through the broken window. She knocked one enemy behind her. The last henchman quickly tried shooting the girl, but she disappeared in a burst of rose petals to dodge the bullets before speeding towards him and knocking him into the air. The girl then used the scythe along with her momentum to swing her body around to the henchman before delivering a fierce kick that sent him flying towards the boss. She landed gracefully. She heard a groan from behind her and turned to see the henchman she knocked behind her get back up and charge at her. "You damn brat." The henchman behind her shouted, running up to her. She prepared to intercept his attack, but in the blink of an eye, the man's torso was wrapped in some kind of black whip. The man looked at the whip, unsure of where it came from. The girl slowly tilted her head to the side to see that the strand ran up through the air and onto a building. Looking closely, she could faintly see a shadow standing on the edge, with the black whip running into his arms. The man was quickly yanked up off the ground and into the sky, screaming all the while. The shadow jumped off and raised one of its legs. As soon as the henchman was pulled in front of it, it brought its leg down in a powerful kick, knocking him out. The thing landed on the ground with the unconscious thug still wrapped up in the whip. The whip disappeared and the man crumpled to the ground. That was when everyone got a good look at the newcomer. The figure wore a dark green full-body jumpsuit that was covered in scorch marks, blood and filth. Rusty and bent pieces of metal were wrapped around its arms, which were attached to dirty gloves that resembled claws more than anything. A dirty yellow cape was wrapped around its neck like a scarf. Knee pads that went from its calves to its thighs with yellow bolts fastened in them. Its shoes were covered in rusted metal, looking more like talons than boots. A metal respirator covered its mouth and nose. It was cracked and rusted. Ruby couldn't help but notice it looked like a broken smile. A mask covered its face with two long protrusions sticking out the back, looking like a pair of rabbit ears. Two green eyes with white centers shone out of the eye holes ominously, staring at the boss. The girl judged from his height and stature. He was a boy, probably even around her age. But the fear she was feeling clouded her thoughts. "You were worth every penny. You truly were," the criminal said to the unconscious henchman before looking back at the hooded girl and the costumed boy. "Well, this is not how I expected this night to go," he muttered to himself, unaffected by the boy's gaze. The same, however, could not be said for Ruby. All she wanted to do was stay away from the boy. Even though she'd trained in killing Grimm, it was easy because even though they were angry, it was unfocused. Looking into the boy's eyes, she could feel that his anger was sharpened to a point, and all he needed was someone to take it out on. "Well, Red, Green, I think we can all say that it's been an eventful evening," the criminal said, taking out his cigar and throwing it to the ground before crushing it with his cane. Police sirens echoed in the distance, getting closer with every passing moment. "And as much as I'd love to stick around," he lifted his cane and pointed it at the girl. The bottom flipped open, revealing a hollow inside, but the cane now had a telescopic sight. "I'm afraid this is where we part ways." The girl quickly aimed her scythe downwards, preparing to dodge the bullet, but she was caught off guard when she felt something collided with her side, sending her and whatever was on top of her onto the ground, narrowly avoiding the bullet. The girl looked up to see the green eyes of the masked boy and all she froze in fear. The boy seemed to notice her fear and quickly backed off. "Daijobu desu ka?" he asked in some weird language she didn't understand. But his voice, it was so scratchy and out of tune. Just like what she'd imagine a true monster to sound like. The girl opted to do what her dad had told her to do when she was younger and having nightmares. "Just ignore the monsters, and they'll leave you alone." She looked away and saw the criminal climbing a ladder to the roof the boy was on before. She turned to the shopkeeper and asked, "Do you mind if I go after him?" The shopkeeper gave her a nod, prompting her to chase after the runner. The orange-haired criminal made his way to the roof and ran across it, but halted when he came to the edge of the roof. He turned around to try and find another way down. Instead he saw the girl on the roof. And as if that wasn't bad enough, the costumed boy quickly landed on the roof, hunched on the ground looking like some kind of demonic rabbit. "Persistent," he muttered. A loud noise broke the silence permeating the air. A bullhead rose behind the criminal. The boy and girl held their ground as the wind blew past them ferociously. A hatch opened on the side, allowing the boss to climb inside. He turned back towards the duo and smirked. "End of the line, kids," he yelled before throwing a red crystal at the pair. It landed in front of the girl and the criminal quickly raised his cane and fired at it. The boy quickly jumped in front of the girl and held his arms in front of his face to protect himself before the bullet hit the crystal, causing it to explode. "Whoa ho ho," he laughed with a wide smile on his face. But that joy quickly turned to confusion as he saw a purple glow on the roof. "Huh." A middle-aged woman with very light blonde hair tied back in a bun stood in front of the two with a purple shield protecting them all, most likely coming from the riding crop she was holding out. As the ashes cleared from the explosion, the shield slowly faded away. The girl looked at the woman in awe while the boy looked at her, then the ship, confusion the only emotion in his eyes. The woman pushed up her thin ovular glasses. Suddenly, purple streaks quickly flew at the bullhead and slammed into it, causing the ship to rock side to side. It slowly began losing altitude, prompting the man in the ship to run to the front. The bullhead slowly regained altitude, but dark clouds appeared over the ship. With a wave of the woman's riding crop, jagged purple hail began to rain down on the ship, impaling the bullhead's exterior. A woman cloaked in shadows stood in the hatch. Her arms and chest began to light up in a brilliant orange before a fireball was launched at the blonde. Said woman quickly raised her riding crop, ready to deflect the attack, but was beaten to the punch. A metallic groan came from behind her and she felt a rush of wind go by her eye and collide with the fireball, dissipating it. She turned around to see the boy with his arm held out and fingers curled, his gloves expanded. The girl, not wanting to miss out on helping out the blonde woman, raised her scythe before it shifted into a gun. She shot bullets at the bullhead, but the mysterious woman blocked all her shots before creating glyphs under all three of them. The blonde quickly waved her riding crop, causing the boy and girl to telekinetically get shoved away before she rolled out of the glyph before it exploded into flames. The bullhead began to fly away, but it turned out one of them wasn't finished. The boy ran up, muttering something in a different language before holding his hand out towards the bullhead. Large black tendrils shot out of his gloves and sped towards the ship. The tendrils latched onto the ship and wrapped around them, like a kraken devouring a large boat. The engines groaned loudly, whirring as the ship tried to pull out of the tendrils' grasp, but the hold was too strong. However, the boy was beginning to get dragged to the edge of the roof, the ship pulling him across. The lightning around him sparked even more intensely and he slowed to a stop. But as he stopped, the ship began moving. Not away from them, but towards them. The boy was pulling the ship closer and closer towards them. The woman in the ship held her open hand out to the boy and an orange circle appeared under the boy, but he did not move a muscle. He kept his hold on the ship and continued trying to pull it in. The girl knew that he was about to be incinerated, and even if he scared her, she shouldn't let him die. So in a burst of rose petals, she tackled him out of the way just as he did to her beforehand before the ground beneath him burst into bright orange flames. But in doing so, the boy lost focus, causing the tendrils to unhook themselves from the ship, allowing the ship to quickly fly away before the boy could regain his bearings. The boy quickly got to his feet and ran towards the end of the roof, seemingly not happy with how the fight had turned out. But before he could jump off the roof to follow the ship, his body locked up and he fell to the ground. He wiggled around on the roof like a caterpillar, but he couldn't move any of his limbs. Chikusho. The boy yelled out in frustration, trying to break out of his invisible bindings, but to no avail. The girl turned her head to see the woman looking at the boy with a curious but untrustworthy gaze. He also noticed how she looked focused and tense, as if she was trying to keep the boy under control. "You're a huntress," she squealed, running to the woman and looking at her with stars in her eyes, ignoring the struggling boy on the ground. "Can I have an autograph?" Izuku was watching them. Every time they moved, he tensed up, preparing to fight. Every time their eyes darted to him, he tried to work out what emotion they were feeling towards him. And while the only emotions he could sense were fear from the girl, and hesitation from the woman, it didn't mean those emotions could change on a whim into something more malevolent. So it was best to be on guard until he could figure out where he was. He assumed he was still on Earth due to the blonde woman using a quirk. But until he knew where he was or how he could get home, everyone was an enemy until proven otherwise. I hope you realize that your actions will not be taken lightly. You two put yourselves and others in grave danger. The blonde scolded them. Izuku stayed silent, deciding to watch the woman as she paced around the room. The girl, on the other hand, decided to do the exact opposite. "They started it," she childishly rebutted. Izuku turned his head to look at her with a small glare, hoping she would understand that she needed to be quiet. Instead, the girl shuffled away from him. Was he really that scary? He hadn't gotten a proper look at how badly his costume had been damaged. All he knew were his boots looked like talons, and his hands like claws. He also knew that his Air Force gloves were somehow still working, albeit slightly damaged. The girl's words proved to be the wrong thing to say, as the woman scoffed and continued on with scolding them. "Look, if it were up to me, you'd both be going home with a pat on the back." The girl looked up, hope evident in her eyes while Izuku winced when she said home. "And a slap on the wrist." She finished before slamming her crop onto the table where their hands were. The girl withdrew her hands before the crop could hit her and yelped loudly. Izuku didn't move and the crop slammed onto his gloved hands. He hissed in slight pain, feeling the sting. "But there is someone who would like to meet the two of you." Izuku looked up and watched as a very tall, middle-aged man walked in the door. He had tousled silver hair and thin brown eyes that gazed over them from behind some shaded glass spectacles. In his hands, he held a plate of cookies and a cup containing some kind of liquid, but judging from the smell, he assumed it was hot chocolate. The air around the man told Izuku all he needed to know. This was the man in charge. Ruby rose. The man leaned in and stared at the girl, like he was studying her. "You have silver eyes," he mused. The girl, Ruby, raised an eyebrow, unsure of what was happening. A feeling Izuku could relate to. The man soon turned to look at him, giving him a once-over, as if trying to pull him apart to find out what made him tick. Eventually, he backed off and pointed to a tablet the woman pulled out. So, where did the two of you learn to do this? A clip of RWBY fighting the goons with that giant scythe was shown. And while Izuku didn't trust her, he could admit it was extremely impressive. That fighting experience must have taken years to perfect. The woman then flicked the screen of the tablet, showing him using Black Whip to latch onto that weird airship, and wow. Now he understood why the girl seemed so scared of him. Geez, he looked like a monster. Izuku stayed silent, his mind flashing back to his time travel theory. If that was true, he would probably be in the future. The broken moon would have been in his history class. And as for the buildings, he could be somewhere like England. The buildings there normally looked like this, right? And the people here were speaking English. But if he was in the future, All for One might be ruling over the world, so telling the man he came from UA was probably a death wish. So for now, he stayed silent and continued observing his surroundings. But it seemed RWBY didn't have anything to hide, so she answered the man's Signal Academy. They taught you to use one of the most dangerous weapons ever designed. The man asked. Well, one teacher in particular, she sheepishly admitted. I see, the man said with a pensive face, going silent to think. He placed down the plate of cookies in between the pair. RWBY looked up at the two adults before reaching for a cookie and taking a bite out of it. Immediately after swallowing the bite, she began shoving the cookies in her mouth at high speeds. Izuku watched on in mild horror at how fast she was devouring the baked goods. As if by fate, his stomach grumbled loudly, causing RWBY to stop and look at him. Her eyes displayed fear, but that didn't stop her from picking up a cookie and holding it out to him. Do you want one? She asked. Izuku stared at her. He felt touched by the small gesture, but he wasn't going to take the food. It was probably just the food he ate before fighting Lady Nagant digesting. Daijobu desu, he answered. But the confused look on her face reminded him that he wasn't into Japan. Thankfully, when he was younger he learnt English so he could read and watch some hero interviews from America, and it looked like it paid off. No, thank you, he said, his voice projecting a heavy accent. Right after saying that, the girl continued to devour the cookies. It's just that I've only ever seen one other scythe wielder of the skill before. A dusty old crow, the man finished, looking up to the roof, deep in thought. Thash mu uncle, RWBY said with her mouth full of cookies. She swallowed the cookies and giggled. Sorry. That's my uncle Kiro, he's a teacher at Signal. I was complete garbage before he took me under his wing. And now I'm like Hoawa. She made multiple poses while slashing at imaginary enemies. While doing her karate poses, she accidentally hit Izuku's head. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, she hastily apologized. It's fine, Izuku reassured her. So I've noticed, the man said, placing his cup of cocoa on the table. He looked at RWBY, seemingly more interested in her than him at the moment, which Izuku was thankful for. He didn't want to answer any more questions. He just wanted his questions to be answered. And what is an adorable young girl doing at a school designed to train warriors? He asked. Okay, now they completely lost him. Warriors, was he talking about heroes? Is that how they were classified in this timeline? Well, RWBY twiddled her thumbs sheepishly before exclaiming her answer. I want to be a huntress. You want to slay monsters? The man asked. Izuku's breath hitched, but in doing so, he accidentally breathed in some of his saliva, causing him to cough violently. RWBY started slapping his back as if he was choking. Once the cough subsided, the girl began to explain why she wanted to kill monsters while Izuku tried to understand what the hell they were going on about. Yeah, I only have 2 more years of training left at Signal. And then I'm going to apply to Beacon. You see, my sister's starting there this year, and she's trying to become a huntress, and I'm trying to become a huntress cause I want to help people. My parents always taught us to help others, so I thought, hey, I might as well make a career out of this. I mean, the police are alright, but huntsmen and huntresses are just so much more romantic and exciting and cool and really, gosh, you know. RWBY finished, smiling crazily while waiting for everyone's response. When you talk about huntsmen and huntresses, do you mean heroes and heroines? Izuku asked RWBY, his normally distant and serious tone replaced with a panicked tone. RWBY looked at him with a face that told him all he needed to know, but she still spelled it out for him. No, I'm not talking about heroes. Izuku rested his face on his hand, trying to think of a rational explanation as to where he was, when he was, and what the hell was going on. The man gazed at him with a curious glance before focusing back onto RWBY. Do you know who I am? He asked. You're Professor Ozpin. You're the headmaster at Beacon. RWBY answered. You want to come to my school? He asked her rather abruptly. RWBY's eyes widened, but she quickly composed herself, more than anything. The huntress in the back huffed, as if she didn't like the situation going on. Ozpin just sighed at his coworker before turning back to RWBY. Well, okay, he said. RWBY had the biggest smile she could muster and jumped up and down, celebrating. But before we leave, I think we should address the elephant in the room. Izuku felt everyone's eyes fall onto him, and while he was still slightly panicking due to the situation, he still held himself up confidently. Emotions were a weakness, and weaknesses could get him or others killed. Why are you all looking at me? I have a few questions for you. Ozpin told him. He opened his mouth to speak, but Izuku immediately shut that down. He wasn't going to let the man steer the conversation like he did with the girl. He was taking charge. How about this? If you can answer my questions, then I'll answer yours. Does that sound fair? Izuku told the man, leaving no room in his voice for argument. The woman opened her mouth, ready to yell at him, but stopped when Ozpin held his hand up. She glared at the boy before shutting her mouth, allowing her boss to speak. That seems reasonable. What would you like to know? First of all, where am I? What city is this? We are in Vale, Ozpin answered. All right. Do you know about a man named All for One? Izuku asked, hoping to see if All for One ruled over this timeline with an iron thumb. Ozpin hummed and brought his hand up to his chin in thought. I have never heard of a man named All for One. I believe I would remember a name as strange as that. Okay, what the heck? How does no one know about All for One? If he is in the future like he thinks, then All for One would be infamous. Izuku withdrew that thought and tried to ask another question, but his uneasiness was starting to show through his voice. Why aren't you scolding us for using our quirks illegally? Quirks? Ozpin asked with a raised eyebrow. Do you mean semblances, young man? Izuku was about to lose his mind. He really was. Nothing was making sense. Next thing he imagined they'd tell him was that he was on another damn planet. Is this just a joke? Am I being pranked by someone? He asked, looking around the room. Why would Professor Ozpin trick you? RWBY asked innocently. I don't know. I've never met him before in my life. So I don't trust him, Izuku told the girl. Why would you not trust him? He's a headmaster of a school I've never heard of, Izuku replied, a bit harsher than he had meant. How could you have not heard of Beacon? It's like the best school on planet Remnant. RWBY argued. That doesn't. Izuku cut himself off when what RWBY said sunk into his mind. Gears began grinding in his brain as he opened and closed his mouth from beneath his respirator. See, could you repeat that for me please? It's the best school on planet Remnant. RWBY repeated. Izuku looked towards Ozpin, fear starting to crawl through his veins, making his body feel as cold as ice. Where is planet Earth? He prayed he was wrong. He prayed that this was all wrong. That he was misunderstanding everything they were saying. He tried staying ignorant. But what Ozpin said next confirmed the fear Izuku wanted to ignore so desperately. Scientists have never discovered a planet named Earth before. RWBY was scared of Demon Boy. She couldn't help it. He just looked so scary. Like a monster children would imagine living under their beds. She could just picture it in her mind. His dirty claw gloves grabbing the frame of the bed as his head rose from the end of the bed, looking directly at her. It sent shivers down her spine. Not to mention he kept spouting weird stuff. Quirks. Pro-heroes. Some guy named All for One. Every second he was speaking, he was only convincing her that he wasn't right in the head. But when she told him the obvious truth that Beacon was the greatest school in Remnant, things began to change. Never discovered a planet named Earth before. Demon Boy froze in place, as still as a statue. His hands shook slightly on the desk. He shook his head from side to side rapidly, as if trying to deny something before he stopped. "Oh God," he whispered before stuffing his face into his hands. He slouched over in his chair. His back occasionally moved up and down rapidly. Ruby didn't understand what he was doing, until she heard choking sounds coming from the boy. He was crying. Ozpin leaned forward, clearly concerned about Demon Boy. "Are you okay, young man?" When he got no answer, he motioned the huntress to move over to the boy. The huntress walked forward cautiously, preparing to defend everyone if the boy decided to turn violent. Thankfully, he did not. She slowly reached for his mask and weird metal mouthpiece before removing them, giving all of them a good look at his face. The first thing Ruby noticed about him was how tired he looked. Dark eye bags stuck out under a pair of dark green eyes with no light behind them. The closet thing she could call light in his eyes were his pupils. Instead of being black like everyone else's, his pupils were pure white. Tears ran down his face as he struggled to wipe them away faster than they could produce. Filth stained his face, almost covering the freckles resting on each cheek. Green curly hair that drooped down, almost covering his eyes. Combining all those physical attributes, he looked broken. "Oh my!" Glinda gasped with her hand up to her mouth, clearly shocked by how beaten down the boy looked. Ozpin's eyes widened in shock before quickly going back down as he composed himself. "What happened to you?" he asked, genuinely concerned with how the boy looked. "I need to get back home," he whispered, his voice dull but desperate. "Home?" the huntress questioned. "Earth, Japan. I need to go back. They're in danger. He's coming. He's going to kill them all if I can't get back. Please get me back. I need to get back," the boy pleaded. It made Ruby kinda sad to see someone like this. "Calm down. Tell us what's wrong," Ozpin instructed the boy. The boy took in a shaky breath while looking at all of them, trying to decide whether or not to expose what happened to him. He sighed and stared at Ozpin. "I'm from a different world. In my world there are superheroes and villains. I was being hunted by a supervillain who couldn't be defeated by anyone else but me. I was trying to confront him when he sent me here. But I need to find a way home immediately. Every second I'm here, he could be attacking my world and trying to take over it. I need to get back. Otherwise innocent blood will be on my hands," he finished, gritting his teeth in anger. "Please, I need to get back." Ozpin sat there, trying to process what the demon boy said. Ruby was doing the exact same thing. Everything the boy just said made absolutely no sense, but the tone in his voice. It was dead serious, and she could tell from the look in his eyes. He wasn't lying. "What's your name?" the silver-haired man asked. "Izuku. Izuku Midoriya," he whispered quietly. The woman typed into her scroll in a hurry. Her eyes scanned over the screen before she looked up at Ozpin and nodded. "I checked the government database. He isn't registered in any kingdoms." Ozpin frowned and looked towards the green-haired boy with a gaze she couldn't describe. He leaned forward and rested his chin on his hands. "How old are you, young man?" 16, Izuku replied. He was only a year older than herself, but he looked much more mature, like a war veteran. "You claim to be from another world. One that you claim you need to return to." Ozpin began. "You have no knowledge of our world, and have nowhere to stay. But I can change that." Izuku looked up at the man, confused at what was happening. "I can offer you a place at my school. You can stay there until I find a way to bring you back to your world." Izuku stared at the man, tears staining his cheeks as he continued to have a silent breakdown. "You promise to help me get back?" Ozpin nodded. "I will try my best." The boy gave him a small, broken smile. Ozpin then turned her Ruby. "Now, Miss Rose. I assume you have a way home." She nodded. She could just call Dad or Yang. She couldn't wait to tell them about what had happened. "Well, your sister would know where to meet up for transportation. Just follow her. I'll be seeing you at my school tomorrow for orientation." Ozpin smiled. "Thank you so much again, Professor Ozpin. I won't be able to sleep tonight," she said, waving goodbye to them all before exiting the door. Before she left, she heard Ozpin speak to Izuku. "Now, let us find somewhere for you to stay tonight." Gilda Goodwitch did not understand Ozpin's decision. "Why are you sending the boy to Beacon?" Glinda asked, walking out of the hotel with Ozpin after dropping Izuku off in a nearby hotel. We don't even know if his story is true. We were given a very rushed story. He could easily be making it up. I don't believe he is faking it. We may not have all the details, but I believe he is telling the truth. Ozpin hummed and took a sip of his hot chocolate. Tell me, Glinda. What would have happened if we let the boy roam free in the streets? She had no clue what Ozpin was talking about, but then again, he did like to keep people guessing. If we let him roam on the streets, she muttered to herself, trying to think before looking back to her boss, he could cause destruction. I don't know. Ozpin smiled and decided to spell it out for her. I have no doubt our enemy has heard about the energy spike, nor do I doubt they know about young Izuku. Ozpin declared, if tonight was any indication, the boy is immensely powerful. If we keep him at Beacon, we can closely monitor him, train him, and keep him from going over to the other side. Glinda finished with a sigh. Well, he won't be around for long anyway, right? When she got no answer, she looked at Ozpin, who was staring off into the distance. You do have an idea on how to get him home, right? Ozpin did not confirm, nor deny the question. All he did was walk away. Izuku didn't sleep. It wasn't that the bed was uncomfortable, quite the opposite actually. It wasn't that the air was too hot or too cold. It was the fact that he was alone. Completely alone. He could no longer contact anyone. He couldn't go check up on anyone. He couldn't get news about escaped prisoners. He was completely in the dark, knowing nothing about what was happening in his old world, and what the hell this world was. Izuku picked up the TV remote and switched it on. Soon he began channel surfing, trying to find something to tell him more information on the world, but seeing as it was so late, all news channels were infomercials. People promoting weapons, old antiques, and sex toys, although Izuku was quick to skip that last one. Izuku continued to channel surf as he let his mind wander to the emotions he was feeling. Fear, anger, sadness. He went through those emotions like a playlist on repeat. To be honest, it honestly felt like he was switching emotions faster than the channels on TV. But the one emotion that stayed in his mind the entire time was loneliness. He missed his friends. He missed his mother. Sure, he was fighting so they could live in peace once Izuku took down All for One. He could deal with the feeling of being alone for that reason. But now, since he wasn't able to fight for them, he couldn't handle that feeling of no one around him who would care about him. All he wanted was a hug from his friends, but they were out of his reach. Izuku felt like he'd been forgotten about. It was already noon, and yet no one had come to pick him up. Ozpin told him someone would pick him up and take him to the airship where the applicants were trying out. Izuku was confused by what he meant by airship, but decided to ignore it in the end. This world wasn't his, so naturally some things would be different. A knock at the door snapped him from his thoughts. He turned his head to the door, but remained silent. He didn't know who was behind the door. Was it the staff, coming to collect payment for him staying the night? He hoped not. All he had were a few measly 500 yen coins, and even then, he didn't think for a second that this world would take his money. Danger sense hadn't gone off either, so it wasn't a threat. Mr. Midoriya, a familiar voice called out from the opposite side of the door. Izuku let out a breath of air he didn't know he was holding. Of course it would be Ozpin's transportation. Come in, he called out. The door opened and in walked the blonde woman from last night with the same stern glare. She took one look at his dirty, tired face and messy costume, before pinching the bridge of her nose and sighing. Have you done nothing since I brought you here? She asked. I've been trying to think about a way for me to get home, Izuku told her truthfully before jumping to the main thought on his mind. Has Ozpin found a way home for me yet? It hasn't even been a day. Interdimensional travel isn't just invented in a snap, she coldly responded. Then explain to me why I'm here. Izuku snapped back. The woman said nothing. Instead, she threw the bag onto the bed. Put these on, she ordered before throwing the suitcase on the bed. And put your costume in here. She then turned around and began walking out the room. And for God's sake, wash your face. Izuku made his way to his bed and opened up the plastic bag. Inside it was a pair of black jeans, a red t-shirt, and a green jacket. He quickly slipped into the clothing and noticed that it felt a little bit baggy. The woman probably got the size above what he was, but he wasn't going to complain. He kinda liked baggy clothing. As he packed his suit into the case, he paused when he came to his shoes. There weren't any shoes in the plastic bag, and the only pair he owned looked more like bird talons than shoes. But the woman didn't give him any other clothes other than what he'd been given, so he just wore what he had. He was about to call out to the woman when he paused. He unlocked his suitcase and looked at his mid-gauntlet gloves. He tapped the left gauntlet, just noticing it was destroyed. Must have been in the fight with Lady Nagant, he muttered to himself. Thankfully the Air Force gloves still worked, although when he used them in the fight with that criminal, they sounded off. They must have been slightly broken, but they still worked, and that's all he needed them to do. His hand hovered over them as his mind worked. Sighing, he grabbed them and slid them on before curling his fingers. Once he was satisfied, he called out to the woman. Just in case. RWBY couldn't breathe. The reason she could not take in the beautiful element called air was because her half-sister was smothering her half to death. I can't believe my baby sister is going to Beacon with me. This is the best day ever, her sister exclaimed, further crushing RWBY into the hug. Young, please stop, RWBY croaked out, trying to break free from the hug before she started seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. If she was going to die, she'd rather be anywhere else than on a bullhead towards Beacon. Reluctantly, Yang released her hug, allowing her to take a deep breath in. But I'm so proud of you. Really, sis. It was nothing, RWBY responded. Yang's lilac eyes widened at what she just said. It looked almost as if RWBY had just announced she was going to fix the moon. What do you mean? It was incredible. Everyone at Beacon's gonna think you're the bee's knees. She exclaimed excitedly, her long golden hair swaying with every movement. I don't want to be the bee's knees, okay. I don't want to be any kind of knees. I just want to be a normal girl with normal knees, RWBY told her. What's with you? Aren't you excited? Yang asked. Of course I'm excited. RWBY sighed, trying to figure out what she wanted to say. I got moved ahead 2 years. I don't want people to think I'm special or anything, she admitted. Yang nodded her head. Yeah, okay. But you don't have to worry. People are probably going to be focused on that boy from another dimension. What did you call him again? Demon boy, she teased, causing RWBY to look down, embarrassed. I wonder if he's on the bullhead. She wondered out loud, looking around. RWBY joined her, trying to find the boy. Yang and RWBY's attention was soon stolen by the 2D animated newscast on Vale News Network playing nearby. The anchors were talking about the robbery that took place the previous night. A mugshot of the orange-haired man appeared on the screen. The robbery was led by the nefarious criminal Roman Torchwick, who continues to evade the authorities. If you have any information on his whereabouts, please contact the Vale Police Department. Back to you, Lisa. A man's voice said over the mugshot. The newscast changed to a woman with white hair that turned to a light purple to further down it went. A photo of animal-eared demonstrators holding signs saying, "We are not animals." Followed by an image of the logo of a glowing red wolf's head with 3 scratch marks. Thank you, Cyril. In other news, this Saturday's Fanis civil rights protest turned dark when members of the White Fang disrupted the ceremony. The once peaceful organization has now disrupted. The news feed suddenly cut off and was replaced with a hologram of the huntress she met last night. Hello, and welcome to Beacon, she announced with a formal, but authoritative tone. Who's that? Yang asked RWBY. My name is Glinda Goodwitch, the huntress told them. RWBY stifled a chuckle as her half-sister let out a, "Oh," as she began to question whether or not the woman could hear them. You are among a privileged few who have received the honor of being selected to attend this prestigious academy. Our world is experiencing an incredible time of peace, and as future huntsmen and huntresses, it is your duty to uphold it. You have demonstrated the courage needed for such a task, and now it is our turn to provide you with the knowledge and the training to protect our world. Glinda finished her speech before the hologram disappeared. Oh wow, RWBY whispered, running to the window of the ship and peering out of it. Look. You can see signal from up here, she told Yang. Other students made their way to the windows, each wanting to look upon the view. I guess home isn't too far after all. Beacon's our home now, Yang told her. RWBY continued to look out the window when someone groaned behind her. She turned around to see a blond boy stumble by, clutching his stomach and running to the front of the ship, trying to hold himself back from vomiting. Well, I guess the view isn't for everybody. Yang joked. It was a nice moment while it lasted. I wonder who we're gonna meet. I just hope they're better than Vomit Boy. Oh gross. Yang, you have puke on your shoe. She recoiled in disgust. Yang looked down and immediately began kicking her foot away from her, trying to fling the vomit off. Gross, 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 gross. She repeated. Get away from me. RWBY shouted, trying to dodge the puke flying through the air. But since she was so focused on the vomit, she failed to notice a pair of green eyes watching her from the far corner of the ship. Izuku was watching them all. Every move they made, every word spoken to each other. He was there, hiding in the shadows, waiting for danger sense to go off, waiting for one of them to turn violent and try something. Did he know if something was going to happen? No, but until he got back home, he had to be wary of everyone. Maybe you should stop looking at all of them like they just killed a puppy, Nana's ghost said from beside him, her voice sounding so far away despite her being right next to him. Just try to relax. Being stressed isn't going to do you any good. No, what if someone turns violent? I need to keep my guard up just in case, Izuku replied, noticing some people scooted away from him as if they heard him talking. He was ready to activate his quirks and take them down the second they decided to reveal their true selves. But then Izuku realized that while he could see Nana and talk to her, no one else could. Still, that wasn't an excuse for him to lower his guard. Hikage Vestige soon joined them. Danger sense would have already informed you whether or not someone on this ship is a threat. And I believe the school would check for students with intermittent explosive disorder or other disorders similar to that. Okay fine, but why are you so calm about this? Izuku whispered harshly at the two ghosts. All for One could be destroying Japan right as we speak. And it's all because I fell into one of his traps. He finished, ignoring the looks a few people were giving him. We aren't calm, En spoke up from behind him. Izuku turned his head to see the narrow eyes on the man looking at him with a troubled gaze. We don't like this any more than you do. But we know getting angry about this won't solve anything. None of us possess the ability to hop through dimensions. We're stuck here. The only way we can get home is if that man comes up with a way to bring us there. The situation is completely out of our hands. All we can do is pray and wait. He finished. And how do you know he hasn't attacked right now? Everyone could be dead, Izuku asked in a sharp tone. All for One won't attack for a while. He'll want the heroes to believe that since they lost their fighting chance against him, they've lost. I'd give it 2 weeks to a month before he decides to launch his final attack. And as to how do we know he hasn't attacked right now? Toshinori's spirit isn't here with us. If his vestige joins us, that's when we know All for One has won, Nana informed him with a serious tone. But we will pray that doesn't happen. Izuku turned to the new voice and saw Yoichi looking at him with a pitying gaze that made Izuku feel sick. It was the same look adults gave him when they found out he was quirkless, well, the nice adults at least. Izuku turned his head away from the new ghost, who merely sighed. I know you don't want to listen to us right now, Ninth. But please remember this. It is better to make trusted allies than dangerous enemies, Yoichi told him before they all faded away, leaving Izuku by his lonesome. Izuku wanted to scream. He wanted to punch something so bad and let off stress. Ever since he came to this damn world he didn't know what to do, how to act, or if his friends were safe. He felt like he was quirkless again. Like he had no control over any situation. He felt hopeless. Sighing, Izuku leaned back against the wall and ignored the sound of the blonde boy up the front trying and failing to hold back his breakfast. Instead he looked out the window and took in the scenery of where he'd be staying until Ozpin could find him a way home. But when he looked out the window his face softened. The sun rising from behind a fancy castle. Lush greenery coated surrounded it with dark green trees the same color as his hair and eyes. A moat surrounded the castle with water that shimmered like diamonds as the sun's rays reflected off it. Even though he wanted nothing more to leave this world, he couldn't deny it. The view was breathtaking. The bullhead landed outside Beacon's gates with a thunk. As the doors slid open, the blonde boy was the first to leave, leaping towards the nearest trash can before emptying the contents of his stomach into it. Soon after, the rest of the potential students walked out, including RWBY and Yang, but they all ignored the boy in favor of walking through Beacon's gate with their heads held high. ready to enter the prestigious college. Everyone except for the last person to exit the bullhead. Izuku slowly exited the ship and looked around. The view looked better from up in the air, he thought, looking towards the school. The sound of barfing caused him to turn and see the boy hunched over the trash can. Motion sickness, he internally questioned as he walked over to the boy. Are you okay? He asked. Yeah, just give me a moment, the boy wheezed out before another wave of barf exited his mouth. Izuku grimaced and began patting his back, offering his support. Just because he wasn't in his world didn't mean he could ignore someone in distress. Turning his head to the gate, Izuku noticed all the students walking further away from them, but that didn't matter much to him. He could just catch up with them. The blonde boy was more important right now. After a couple of minutes, the vomiting noise stopped and the boy slowly turned his head to Izuku. Thanks. He weakly smiled. His dark blue eyes looked at him with nothing but gratitude. It's nothing. Izuku quickly brushed off the compliment, holding his gloved hand out for the boy to take. The boy looked at the glove and recoiled slightly in disgust. Muck, grime and dried blood coated what he assumed used to be a white glove. He knew one thing for sure though, he wasn't going to touch those with a 10-foot pole. I'm good, he smiled before getting up. He stood taller than Izuku by a considerable amount, looking down at the green-haired boy. Name's John Ark. Short, sweet, rolls off the tongue. Ladies love it. John introduced himself with a sense of bravado, pointing his thumb to his chest. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that statement. So he didn't. Izuku Midoriya. He stated his name before turning away from John and towards the gate, which he began to walk through. Hey, wait for me, John yelled, running after Izuku before walking alongside him. As Izuku walked, he couldn't help but notice John walking proudly beside him. He slowed down a bit, and the blonde beside slowed his pace. He sped up a bit and the boy sped up. Paranoia flooded his mind as situations of John attacking him came into his mind. He began planning ways to defeat John, but reminded himself of the talk he had with the Vestiges. Why are you following me? Izuku asked, throwing John a cautionary side glance. John shuffled nervously and offered Izuku a smile. Because you're the only friend I have here, John admitted with a smile. Since when? Izuku screamed in his head. Making connections would only make it painful for him to leave. He wasn't here to make friends. But before he could ask how the hell they were friends, a small stab pierced his head, and not even 1 second later, Izuku heard an explosion go off further down where many of the kids had congregated. A thought popped into his mind, and even though it probably wasn't true, Izuku wasn't going to wait and find out. In the blink of an eye, Izuku was gone. Running towards the explosion with one for all active. Holy crap, he's fast, John muttered to no one in particular before running towards the explosion. Today wasn't turning out like I hoped, Ruby thought as she laid on the ground, the sky spinning above her. Yang had caught sight of some of her old classmates who were trying out for Beacon and rushed to talk to them, going so fast that when she accidentally bumped into Ruby, she spun around and tripped over someone's luggage cart, sending cases flying everywhere. Once the spinning subsided, a pale face came into view. Narrowed light blue eyes looked down at her with a fury. What are you doing? She shouted at her. Ruby slowly sat up and looked at the girl. The first thing she noticed was the rapier attached to a white skirt. She wanted so desperately to ask what the weapon did, but the look in the girl's eyes told her it was probably best to not ask. Sorry. She meekly apologized. Sorry. The girl repeated in disbelief before shaking her head. Her icicle-shaped tiara holding her white ponytail as it swayed with every movement. Do you have any idea the damage you could have caused? She scolded Ruby. Ruby stayed silent, instead grabbing one of the suitcases and handing it to the girl in a way of apologizing. The girl did not see that as an apology and snatched the case away from Ruby as fast as humanly possible. Give me that. This is dust, mined and purified from the Schnee quarry. Ruby watched as the girl opened the case, revealing vials of multicolored dust. She then took out a fire dust and started shaking it in front of Ruby's face. However, the vial wasn't properly closed, causing small amounts of dust to fly out and hit Ruby's nose, which in turn caused her to sniffle. What are you? Brain dead. Dust. Fire. Water. Lightning. Energy. The girl continued her tirade, shaking the bottle even more intensely, causing more to hit Ruby's nose. Are you even listening to me? Is any of this sinking in? What do you have to say for yourself? With one last shake of the vial, the dust entered Ruby's nose, initiating the biggest sneeze she'd ever done. And it wasn't the biggest because of how loud it was. It was the biggest because when she sneezed, she ignited the fire dust in the air, causing a large explosion right between her and the white-haired girl. The vial of dust flew out of the girl's hand and landed near a girl, who looked at the label on the vial before frowning. Once the explosion faded, Ruby could see the unbridled fury in the girl's face. Unbelievable. This is exactly the kind of thing I was talking about. I'm really, really sorry. Ruby apologized profusely. You complete dolt. What are you even doing here? Aren't you a little young to be attending Beacon? The girl chastised her. Well, Ruby struggled to find the right words. This was the exact thing she was worried about, people judging her for her age. She wished for something to escape the conversation, and as if God himself heard her, her wish was granted. Caution! A familiar voice cried out before a green blur skidded to a halt in front of them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Both girls covered their faces from the cloud, protecting their eyes. Once the cloud disappeared, Ruby saw Izuku standing there, green lightning surrounding his body, looking around wildly for something. The lightning faded when he couldn't find what he was looking for and he visibly deflated. What do you think you're doing? Don't run around with your semblance activated like that. You're going to hurt someone. She yelled at the newcomer. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Ruby attempting to slink away. I wasn't finished with you yet, she said, causing Ruby to flinch. This isn't your regular combat school. It's not just sparring and practice, you know. We're here to fight monsters, so watch where you're going. Ruby was fed up with the girl's attitude. She'd already apologized. What more did she need to do? Hey, I said I was sorry, princess. She yelled. It's Eris. Actually, a new voice entered the fray. Everyone turned their head to see a black-haired girl staring at them all with her amber eyes, holding the vial of dust in one hand and a book in the other. While the girls were looking at the newcomer, Izuku was more focused on the giant black bow on her head, confused as to why it was so big. Weiss Schnee, heiress to the Schnee Dust Company, one of the largest producers of energy propellant in the world. Weiss looked smug. Ruby looked embarrassed. And Izuku, what the heck is dust? Finally, some recognition, Weiss said. The same company infamous for its controversial labor forces and questionable business partners, the girl finished. Weiss sputtered at the sudden 180 and looked towards Ruby to see her giggling, then towards Izuku, who looked at her with a confused gaze. Wah, how dare you, the nerve of She walked up to the black-haired girl and snatched the vial from her hand before storming off in a huff. Ruby looked at the departing figure of Weiss before shouting out to her, I promise I'll make it up to you. Sighing, she turned around to face the mysterious girl, only to find she was walking away as well, reading the book as she left. She turned to Izuku, hoping he wasn't walking away like everyone else, but unlike them he stayed with her. Although he looked really confused. It's great to see you again, Izuku, she said with a smile. That was enough to snap Izuku out of his stupor. He looked at Ruby with a glare, causing her to shrink in on herself. But then he remembered he wasn't in Japan anymore. Their customs were foreign to these people. Ruby wasn't trying to be rude, she just didn't know. It's nice to see you again too, Rose. He returned the greeting. The pair heard someone huffing and turned to see John standing there doubled over, trying to catch his breath. Too fast, he huffed before looking up at Ruby and holding his hand out. Hey. I'm John. Ruby struggled to contain her laughter and pointed at him. Aren't you the guy who threw up? She giggled, causing John to sigh in defeat and Izuku to facepalm. Izuku wasn't sure where to go, and from the looks of it, neither did the other two. The three of them wandered around, staying on the cobblestone path. Passing multiple trees and benches, they wandered aimlessly. All the while Ruby was teasing John. Look, all I'm saying is that motion sickness is a much more common problem than people let on. John tried to defend himself. Ruby laughed before calming down. I'm sorry, she giggled. Vomit Boy was the first thing that came to mind. She confessed. John sighed and looked to the ground embarrassed. Don't take it personally. When I met Izuku, the first thing I thought was Demon Boy, Ruby chuckled. Izuku kept his serious face on while Ruby said that, but on the inside it hurt. When she called him that, all he could think was civilians comparing him to a Nomu. But he reminded himself that it didn't matter how others viewed him here. He was merely a guest in another world. Eventually he'd return to his world. Writing this journey off is nothing more than a small trip. Why do you call him Demon Boy? The only demonic part about him are probably his weird shoes. John pointed to Izuku's iron soles. And that day can't come soon enough, Izuku thought, ignoring the harsh words spoken from the boy beside him. You should see the costume he wore. Then you'd understand why I nicknamed him Demon Boy. It was the first thing that popped in my head, same with when I saw you vomiting. All I could think was Vomit Boy, Ruby explained. Quit calling me Vomit Boy, John whined. The name's John Arc. Short, sweet, rolls of the tongue. Ladies love it, he proudly proclaimed. Ruby raised an eyebrow at his introduction and looked over to Izuku, who shrugged. She then looked back at John. Do they? She asked skeptically. They will, John exclaimed proudly before noticing the looks Ruby and Izuku were giving him. Well, I hope they will. My mum always said that. Never mind, he muttered, embarrassed. There was a brief moment of awkward silence between the three of them, but Ruby broke that when she pulled out a box before it transformed into a large, crimson-red, scythe. Well, I got this thing. Whoa, is that a scythe? John asked, stepping away in slight fear. It's also a customizable, high-impact sniper rifle, Ruby declared proudly. A what? John questioned. It's a gun, Izuku told the blonde. Ruby transformed the scythe into the sniper before cocking the gun and smiling crazily. He was honestly half expecting her to start shooting them with the same smile plastered on her face. Thankfully though, she didn't. But Izuku was still confused. Did they just allow people to carry guns with them everywhere they go here? In a perfect world, yes, Ruby said in a dreamy voice, imagining a world where everyone could own a gun. She quickly shook her head and looked at John. What do you have? John unsheathed a rather plain-looking sword. I've got this sword. And this shield too. The sheath extended, creating a shield that bore a symbol. Ooh, so what do they do? Ruby asked. She tapped the shield, causing it to grow larger before shrinking back down in a very rapid motion. John began to fumble around, trying to catch the shield as it grew bigger than shrank in his hands. Once he finally got a grip, he answered, the shield gets smaller. So when I get tired of carrying it, I can put it away, he laughed nervously. Izuku didn't want to speak up and get involved in the conversation, but his curiosity grew too large to contain. Does it weigh less when you shrink it? He asked. I wish. John muttered quietly before putting his weapons away. What about you, Izuku, got any weapons? She asked. Izuku stared at Ruby like she grew a second head. Ruby, I'm not from here, he said. Why would I have any weapons? He frowned at her. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Ruby looked down sadly. Izuku took one look at Ruby's sad face before sighing. Even though he didn't want to make any friends here, he didn't want to make anyone upset either. He mentally cursed himself before speaking again. Well, I don't know if these count as weapons, but these gloves are able to fire compressed air, Izuku said, curling his middle finger and placing his thumb below it in a flicking gesture. The gloves clicked out with a small groan, although they're a little bit broken. And my boots use kinetic energy to double the impact of my kicks. Ruby's eyes shone in excitement as her mood completely flipped. Oh my gosh. That's so cool. Have you thought about how you can incorporate dust into the gloves? How do the gloves work? Can the boots break rock? Does your semblance help you use them? Ruby went on and on with seemingly never-ending questions about his equipment before John interrupted her, much to Izuku's silent appreciation. So, does anyone know where we're going? Izuku looked at John. I was following you. And I was following Izuku. Ruby trailed off before everyone facepalmed. Do you think there will be a recognizable landmark? Maybe a food court? John asked, looking around for anything to help guide them. I don't think so, Ruby responded with a nervous smile. Izuku could only sigh in exhaustion. Izuku couldn't stop thinking about what All for One said to him. You believe you've unlocked the full potential of your quirk, but that can't be further from the truth. You have merely scratched the surface of what One for All can do. The question was utterly ridiculous. He'd unlocked the past user's quirks. Come into contact with said users and can do so at will. He's made ultimate moves of quirks that shouldn't have ultimate moves. He's even found ways to push past One for All's limit from 100% to 120%. He knew nearly everything about One for All. So why was that question bothering him so much? The auditorium was packed when the three of them arrived. Applicants crowded the room left, right and center. The pair didn't know what to do until someone yelled out to RWBY. "RWBY, I saved you a spot," Yang shouted, waving frantically to catch her sister's attention. RWBY's face brightened at the sight of her sister and quickly turned to John and Izuku. "Hey, I'll see you guys later," she said before running off towards Yang. Izuku shrugged and turned around, but stiffened up when he felt something grab his jacket's hood. He was about to launch into attack mode when he realized it was just RWBY. "You're coming with me," RWBY smiled devilishly. "Wait, what?" was all Izuku said before he was dragged from his hood by RWBY, leaving John all alone. "Oh great, where am I supposed to find a nice, quirky girl and a cool, loner boy to talk to?" he sighed before walking away. Yang watched in amusement as RWBY continued to drag a confused Izuku along the floor, gathering many stares from others as she continued her way over to Yang. "So, Rubes, who's this?" she asked. "This is Izuku. I told you about him last night," RWBY responded, letting go of Izuku's hood, allowing him to stand up. "Demon boy?" Yang questioned. RWBY giggled nervously as Izuku's head slowly turned towards her, and he did not look amused. A heavy sigh escaped his nose, but he did not say a word to her. Instead he turned back to face Yang. "Izuku, Izuku Midoriya," he told her his name, "and please don't call me Demon Boy ever again." "Yang, Yang Xiaolong. Nice to meet ya, cutie," Yang grinned. A small blush crept onto his cheeks. "Please don't call me that either," he requested as politely as he could be. "Apart from that, it's nice to meet you, Xiaolong," Izuku greeted her with a nod. Yang cocked an eyebrow and leaned over to RWBY. "Did he call you by your last name as well?" she asked. "Yeah, it felt nice, like I was someone important," RWBY smiled proudly. Yang nodded before turning back to Izuku. "So do people call each other by their last names in your dimension then?" she questioned. "Yeah, it's tradition." "Wait, who told you I was from another dimension?" Izuku asked. The only logical answer popped into his mind and he turned to face RWBY, who was trying to avoid eye contact. "How many people have you told about that?" Izuku asked. "Just Yang and my dad. I promise," RWBY exclaimed, holding her hands up in front of her face. "Well, people here mostly call each other by their first names. So you can just call me Yang," she said before walking up to Izuku and staring into his green eyes, their faces just inches apart. "But I wouldn't mind if you called me your dream girl." "Because you certainly look like my dream guy," she said with a sly tone. Izuku's face turned beet red at that comment as he tried to stammer out a response, but the only thing that came out of his mouth were incoherent mumbles. Yang giggled. "He's gonna be fun to tease if he makes it in," she thought with a mental grin. She stepped away from the flustered Izuku and turned to RWBY. "So, how's your day going?" "You mean since you ditched me and I exploded?" "Yikes. Meltdown already?" Yang asked. "No, I literally exploded a hole in the front of the school. There was some fire, and I think some ice," RWBY claimed. "Are you being sarcastic?" Yang asked. "I wish. I tripped on some crummy girl's luggage, and she yelled at me. Then I exploded and she yelled again and I felt really, really bad and I just want her to stop yelling," RWBY ranted, not noticing who was standing behind her. "And from the looks of it, she's about to yell at us again," Izuku muttered, finally released from the flustered state. "You!" Weiss yelled from behind RWBY. RWBY screamed in fear and jumped up into Izuku's arms in fright. "Oh God, it's happening again." Izuku looked down at her and gently lowered her onto her feet as Weiss yelled at her again. "You're lucky we weren't blown off the side of the cliff." "Oh my God, you actually exploded," Yang said. "How did you not hear the explosion?" "I heard it from where that ship landed," Izuku questioned. "It was an accident," RWBY told Yang and Izuku before realizing they weren't the right people to say that to. She swiveled around to face Weiss. "It was an accident," she repeated herself. Weiss said nothing. Instead she fished around in her pocket before pulling out a pamphlet called Dust for Dummies, and handed it to RWBY. "What's this?" RWBY asked. The Schnee Dust Company is not responsible for any injuries or damages sustained while operating a Schnee Dust Company product. Although not mandatory, the Schnee Dust Company highly encourages their customers to read and familiarize themselves with this easy-to-follow guide to dust applications and practices in the field, Weiss told RWBY with such grace that Izuku was convinced she had practiced that little speech in front of the mirror. RWBY stared at the girl, not quite understanding what was going on, causing Weiss to sigh as displeasure. "You really want to start making things up to me?" she asked RWBY. "Absolutely." Weiss then handed RWBY the pamphlet. "Read this and never speak to me again," she instructed. Young then tried her best to inject herself into the conversation, hoping to make things easier for RWBY. "Look, it sounds like you guys got off on the wrong foot. Why don't you start over and try to be friends, okay?" RWBY's face brightened at the idea Young just gave her. "Yeah. Great idea, sis." She handed the pamphlet to Izuku, who took one look at the title before putting it in his pocket. RWBY then turned to Weiss and smiled as brightly as she could. "Hello Weiss, I'm RWBY. Wanna hang out? We can go shopping for school supplies." Weiss flashed a very fake smile and started speaking in a higher pitch. "Yeah. And we can paint our nails, try on clothes, and talk about boys. Like cute, exotic and mysterious here," she said, pointing at Izuku. A small blush arose on his face as he pulled his hood up over his head and looked away, embarrassed. RWBY's smile widened as she fell for the act. "Really?" she squealed. Weiss' face dropped into a frown as she stared at RWBY, dumbfounded. "No." The microphone on the stage was turned on, causing everyone to stop their conversations and look up towards the stage. Ozpin walked in from the side and stood tall, looking over each and every one of them. "I'll keep this brief. You have traveled here today in search of knowledge, to hone your craft and acquire new skills, and when you have finished, you plan to dedicate your life to the protection of the people. But I look amongst you all, and all I see is wasted energy, in need of purpose." RWBY sat still as Ozpin's eyes gazed over her before looking to her left. In need of direction, she looked to the left and saw Izuku staring at Ozpin through narrowed, confused eyes. The man stopped looking at the two of them and looked out amongst the sea of tryouts. "You assume knowledge will free you of this, but your time at this school will prove that knowledge will only carry you so far. It is up to you to take that first step." And with that, Ozpin walked off the stage, leaving everyone confused at the enthusiastic speech. The stunned silence was broken when Glinda walked onto the stage and spoke into the microphone. "You will gather at the ballroom tonight. Tomorrow your initiation will begin. Be ready. You are dismissed." Once she left the stage, the potential students of Beacon continued their conversations from earlier. "Did he seem kinda off to you guys?" Yang asked, looking at RWBY and Izuku. "It's almost like he wasn't even there." RWBY responded. Izuku said nothing. All he did was give one last glance towards the stage before walking off to be by himself. It wasn't long before nightfall had descended upon them. Many of the applicants had gone, or were getting ready to go to bed. But Izuku wasn't focused on sleeping at the moment. Instead he stared out the window. Due to the light pollution back home, it was kind of hard to see all the stars in the sky. But he could see every twinkling light in the sky. And to add to that, multiple fireflies filled the air, providing a warm glow in the darkest of nights. It was beautiful. "There you are. I was looking everywhere for you." A familiar voice called out to him. Izuku turned his head to see John walking over to him wearing a blue onesie. It was an odd sight to see, but Izuku wasn't going to judge him for what John wore. He was still wearing his gloves and boots, which John noticed. "Why aren't you in your pajamas?" he asked. "Don't have any," Izuku answered, placing his attention back onto the stars outside. "Huh, why not?" "Because," Izuku trailed off before shaking his head. He didn't feel like staying up multiple hours and explaining his life story just to tell John why he didn't have any pajamas. "Never mind. I have a spare onesie if you want something else to wear to bed," John offered, pointing towards his suitcase with his thumb. "No thanks. I'm fine with what I'm wearing now," Izuku replied. "Well, okay then, I'm gonna go to bed. Big day tomorrow," John said before he walked back to his sleeping bag. And so Izuku sat there, all alone. As he did, he needed to think about where he was going to sleep. The floor was mostly covered by students sleeping or their carry-on bags. But then a spot caught his eyes. No one was there, so he decided he'd claim it for himself. Hoping on the windowsill, he tucked his hands in his pockets. Feeling something weird in one of them, he grabbed and pulled out a piece of paper. Even though he couldn't see the cover, he knew it was the pamphlet RWBY handed him. Forgot about this, Izuku muttered to himself. He squinted his eyes and brought the paper closer to his face, but due to the lack of lighting, he couldn't read anything. Thinking for a moment, he tried to think of a way to cast some kind of illumination over the paper, but the only way he could do that was activating full cowling and having the lightning spark around him, which would probably annoy many of the tryouts trying to get a good sleep. He charged one for all into his left hand, but he wasn't expecting much. The lightning only appeared when he spread one for all around his body. It never. Why was there lightning? Izuku watched as the lighting from one for all danced around his hand. This wasn't normal. The lightning from full cowling only showed up when he spread the power throughout his body. But right now he was only channeling it into his left hand. So why was it showing up now? Hey Nana, Izuku whispered softly. He watched as Nana's transparent figure appeared next to him. Can you tell me a bit about the lightning? He asked, holding up his left hand. Nana only frowned and shook her head. I have no idea, I'm sorry. The lightning is a completely different aspect of One for All. Only you and Toshi could produce something out of One for All that was unique to you two. None of us were able to bulk up or create lightning. Only you two could, Nana told him before vanishing. Izuku sat there in silence, thinking about what Nana said. Maybe they could have done it but never got to try it, or maybe it's something All Might and he could do. But what did they possess that the other users of One for All didn't? Deciding it was a topic to think about later, he put his hand up to the pamphlet, but frowned when the lightning disappeared and reappeared quickly, giving him little time to read what was written. Izuku lifted his head up and looked around for some sort of light source, only to find one next to the black-haired girl from earlier, who was reading a book. Standing up, he walked over and stood in front of her. She looked up towards him, but didn't say a thing. Can I sit here? Izuku asked, pointing to the unoccupied spot on the other side of the candle. I want to read, but there isn't any light. I won't disturb you from whatever you're reading. I promise. The girl looked him up and down, studying him before nodding, sure. Izuku slowly sat down next to the candle before reading about what dust was and what it could do. And so the two of them sat there in silence, reading their respective materials and not sparing each other a single glance. RWBY adjusted the eye mask resting on her forehead as she wrote on a piece of paper. Just as she finished writing, Yang crashed next to her. It's like a big slumber party. She exclaimed loudly, as if she was ready to party. Which was weird, seeing as everyone was starting to fall asleep. I don't think Dad would approve of all the boys though, RWBY commented. I know I do, Yang purred, her eyes wandering over all the shirtless guys. A small frown came to her face when she saw Izuku sitting next to a candle still clothed. She noticed how baggy his clothes were and was curious what he had going on for him underneath all that clothing. Deciding to stop looking at the boys, she shifted her attention to RWBY. What's that? She asked. Just a letter to my friends back at Signal. I promised to tell them about Beacon and how everything was going. RWBY answered, sliding the paper into an envelope. Oh, that's so cute. Yang cooed, before she was shut up by a flying pillow courtesy of RWBY. Shut up, she snapped back, embarrassed. I didn't get to bring my friends with me to school. It's weird not knowing anyone here. Well, you have John. He's nice. And what about Izuku? There you go, 2 friends. That's a 200% increase. Yang claimed. Pretty sure Weiss counts as a negative friend. And I'm not sure if Izuku likes hanging out with me. RWBY deflated. Back to 0%. There's no such thing as negative friends. Yang reassured her. You've just made 1 friend, 1 enemy, and 1 Izuku. RWBY threw another pillow at her, which she dodged. Seeing how RWBY wasn't looking happier, Yang tried a different approach. Look, it's only been 1 day. Trust me, you've got friends all around you. You just haven't met them yet. RWBY exhaled deeply before looking around the room. Her eyes stopped wondering when she saw a lit candle on the other side of the room. Izuku was on one side, and the black-haired girl on the other. That girl, she muttered, remembering her from earlier. You know her? Yang asked. RWBY shook her head. Not really. She saw what happened this morning, but left before I could say anything. Well, now's your chance, Yang said before grabbing her by the scruff of her pajamas and dragging her across the floor to Izuku and the girl. Wait, what are you doing? RWBY exclaimed quickly in a panic. She squirmed around in a futile attempt to escape Yang's grasp, but her sister was too strong. Don't worry, if you annoy the girl too much, you can talk to Izuku and ask him if he'll be your friend, Yang said, brimming with energy. Izuku and the girl looked up to see them getting closer to their position. Hello, Yang said in a sing-song voice. I believe you three know each other. Aren't you the girl that exploded? She asked, looking at RWBY. Yeah, RWBY answered. My name's RWBY, but you can just call me. She tried to think of a cool nickname, but nothing came to mind. Actually, you can just call me RWBY. The girl muttered before going back to her book. Yang quickly grabbed RWBY and Izuku, much to his surprise, before hauling them out of hearing distance. What are you doing? She whispered sharply at RWBY. I don't know, RWBY whispered back before turning to Izuku. Izuku, help me out here. I promised I wouldn't disturb her, and I like to keep my promises, Izuku replied before going back to his spot and finishing the last few lines of his pamphlet. He's no help at all. Yang sighed, frustrated. Don't worry. Big Sis has got you covered. She smiled confidently before walking back to the candlelit spot. So, what's your name? She asked. Blake. The girl sighed in annoyance. Well, Blake, I'm Yang, RWBY's older sister. Yang introduced herself. I like your bow. Blake forced a smile, getting annoyed with how much talking they were doing. It was a risk to her peacefulness when she let Izuku sit with her, but thankfully he didn't speak to her at all, which she really appreciated. It felt nice reading with other people. Kinda like a book club, but no talking. Thanks, she forced out. It goes great with your pajamas. Right, Blake drawled, not really invested in whatever the hell was happening right now. She looked over at Izuku to see him looking at her. I am so sorry. Izuku tried to convey the words through his eyes. Thankfully, Blake understood what he was trying to say and gave him a small nod. Nice night, don't ya think? Yang tried shooting her final shot. Yes, it is lovely, almost as lovely as this book, Blake told her, holding up the book she was reading. Yang and RWBY continued to stand there, which annoyed Blake slightly. That I will continue to read, she tried getting her point across. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to understand, so she had to be direct with them. As soon as you leave, she told them before going back to her book. Yang finally understood what Bale was talking about and sighed before turning to RWBY. This girl's a lost cause. Time for plan B. Hey Izuku, what's it about? RWBY asked. Blake responded, looking up at the girl. Your book, what's it about? RWBY repeated her question. Well, it's about a man with two souls, each fighting for control over his body, Blake answered, not noticing that Izuku flinched from beside her. Oh yeah, that sounds really lovely. Yang tried injecting herself into the conversation as a backup in case RWBY said the wrong thing, but only made her seem more out of place. I love books. Yang used to read to me every night before bed. Stories of heroes and monsters. RWBY told Blake, her mind drifting back to when she was younger. They're one of the reasons I want to be a huntress. Why is that? Blake asked, catching RWBY off guard, hoping you'll have a happily ever after. RWBY fidgeted on the spot before looking Blake in the eye. Well, I'm hoping that we all will. As a girl, I wanted to be just like those heroes in the book. Someone who fought for what is right and protected people who couldn't protect themselves. Blake was ready to retort, but was silenced when a small sigh came from Izuku's lips. RWBY, he softly said, it's great that you want to help others. Really it is, but there's something you have to understand. In those books, the heroes always win and come out on top with very little casualties. But the real world isn't like that. When you help someone, it can come with a cost. Subconsciously, his left hand moved and rubbed his right arm, where his scars were. And even if you give it your all, Sometimes the villain will win. And when that happens, you either give up, or continue trying to fight to keep the world safe. And when you choose that latter, it can destroy you. Both mentally and psychically. At this point tears were starting to pool in Izuku's eyes and began rolling down his cheeks silently. You begin to start suppressing your emotions in order to show no weakness. Because if the villain sees it, they will exploit it. You push everyone away so one day they can live in peace. And even though you try to keep people safe, to save them from others or themselves, you end up hurting them because you wouldn't give up. The world breaks you down. One tragedy after another until it becomes too much to handle and you end up becoming something you're ashamed of. Until you end up becoming a monster that everyone fears. The girls all shared a look of concern. That was way too specific for what they were talking about. After a few seconds, RWBY walked forward, leaned down, and wiped away Izuku's tears with her hand, but the heroes never give up. That's what makes them the good guys. Because even when everything is stacked against them, they always find a way to save everyone and win. She smiled at him. Izuku's eyes widened at what she said. RWBY began to wonder if she said the wrong thing, but that thought was squashed when he gave a small smile. And that was when RWBY realized something. This was the first time she'd ever seen Izuku smile. And she couldn't lie, it suited him much more than the cold and serious face he put on most of the time. "Thank you, Rose," he thanked her. Out of nowhere, Yang suddenly hugged RWBY. "I'm so proud of you, my baby sister." She wailed loudly, comical tears falling from her eyes. "Cut it out," RWBY yelled, struggling to get out of Yang's grip. The hug soon turned into a mini wrestling match between the pair, which got a smile from Blake. "Well, RWBY, Yang. It's been a pleasure. What in the world is going on here?" Weiss yelled, marching over to the group with a very angry look in her eyes. "Don't you realize that some of us are trying to sleep?" He scolded loudly, causing a few of the applicants to wake up and give her the stink eye, which she ignored. Her and Yang locked eyes before they both cried out in annoyance, "Not you again." They exclaimed simultaneously, "Shish, guys, she's right, people are trying to sleep," RWBY whispered quietly. "Oh, so now you're on my side?" Weiss asked, annoyed. "I was always on your side," RWBY retorted. "Yeah, what's your problem with my sister?" "She's only trying to be nice," Yang asked with a bite in her tone. "She's a hazard to my health," Weiss countered, pointing at RWBY. The conversation ceased when Izuku stood up and turned to Weiss. He stared at her in the eyes, causing her to tense up, but then he handed her the pamphlet from earlier. "Thanks for the pamphlet. It was very informative." Izuku thanked Weiss with a small bow as she watched in confusion. He then turned to Blake and bowed again. "Thank you for the light." "It's fine. If you make it in, we could have a few more reading sessions like this," she suggested. She enjoyed the peace and quiet, but she also liked having the company of someone else with her. And thankfully, Izuku didn't annoy her. "I'll keep that in mind," he responded before turning to RWBY and giving her the biggest bow. "Thank you for the talk, Rose. I really needed that. Have a good night, everyone," he said before walking back to the windowsill and jumping up on it before resting his eyes closed. The group was left in silence, and Blake took this opportunity to blow out the light, coating the halls in shadows. And it wasn't much later before everyone, including Izuku, was asleep. Izuku was having his first proper sleep since he'd left Ua. When he left, he would only get small snaps in between fighting. And when he did try and get a proper sleep, danger sense would wake him right back up. So he eventually decided to just forego sleep entirely. But now that he was floating in the realm of slumber, he was reminded of how good sleep felt. Nothing could ruin this. "Wake up, lazy butt," a girl with ginger hair yelled out loud. She ignored the green-haired boy who jumped in fright at the sound of her voice and fell off the windowsill he was sleeping on onto the ground below face first. Instead she focuses on the boy next to her. The boy groaned and slowly sat up, stretching his black hair. Once he lifted his hand from his hair, the magenta streak became visible for all to see. "It's morning, it's morning, it's morning," the girl sang with a passion as the boy beside her sighed. The boy checked his teeth in the mirror, making sure they were all clean after he'd brushed them. Once he was sure, he put his toothbrush into a Ziploc bag before walking out of the men's bathroom. But just because the bathroom was only meant for men, didn't mean a woman couldn't walk in. Since that's what his friend did as she followed him out. I can't believe we've been at Beacon for a full 24 hours. Not that I'd thought we'd get kicked out or anything. I mean, you're the perfect student and I'm me. But it's just crazy, you know. The boy looked around the ballroom as he tightened the straps on his sleeping bag. He turned his head to the left to see his friend brushing her hair as she continued talking. We've been friends for so long. What are the odds we'd still be together? Well, not together. Not that I'm saying that you're not handsome. You are handsome, but that'd just be weird, right? The boy lowered his spoon into his bowl of cereal before slowly lifting it out. He watched as the flakes floated on the milk before gently putting the spoon into his mouth and eating the contents. His friend continued to talk as she devoured the pancakes in front of her as if she hadn't eaten in days. Right, what was I thinking? But still, I hope we end up on the same team together. Oh, we should come up with some sort of plan to make sure we end up on the same team. What if we bribe the headmaster? No, that won't work. He has the school. Finally, they were in the locker room, surrounded by multiple applicants. The boy grabbed some magazines and put them into his weapon, Stormflower. While he was loading ammunition into his weapon, the girl continued to babble on. I know. We'll have some sort of signal. Like a distress signal, she gasped in realization as a better idea came into her mind. A secret signal so we can find each other in the forest. Can you imitate a sloth? She asked. The boy holstered his guns into his sleeves before turning to the girl, Nora. Yes, Ren, Nora replied. I don't think sloths make a lot of noise. He told her. That's why it's perfect. No one will suspect we're working together. Nora exclaimed with a crazy grin on her face. Ren sighed in amusement before shutting his locker. Come on Nora, let's go. He told her as he walked away. Nora quickly skipped after him, not wanting to be left behind. As they walked, they passed Izuku, who was heading towards his locker with John. Izuku was, as he normally was, quiet. It wasn't that Izuku didn't want to talk to the blonde next to him. Well, he did want to keep to himself more, but when he did want to talk, he didn't know what to say. Same when he was speaking to RWBY or Yang. He knew nothing about their world and they didn't know anything about him. To him it felt like there was a giant crevice between them. One neither of them could cross. But unlike them, he was content to just stay on his side. But sometimes the crevice would close, allowing them to chat freely. But normally not for too long. Now, John clapped his hands. Where's my locker? He questioned, looking around the room. Izuku moved his eyes to the left and looked at John. Your locker was right nay. Hold on, Izuku. I marked it on a map. John announced, pulling a map out of his pocket. He began to examine the piece of paper before walking off in the opposite direction from Izuku. My locker's over there, he announced. Ark, wait, Izuku called out, but the blonde seemed too occupied with his map to even listen to him. Watching John wander away, Izuku shrugged and walked away, letting the boy go on his wild goose chase. Instead he chose to wander around, eventually bumping into RWBY and Yang, who were watching Ren and Nora. Wonder what they're so worked up about. RWBY pondered out loud, not noticing Izuku standing right behind her. Dunno. Hey Greenie, Yang smiled at Izuku. Huh, was all that came out of RWBY's mouth before she turned around and saw Izuku. She let out a small scream in fright before quickly calming down. Don't do that again. She yelled out. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, Izuku apologized. His words sounded sincere, despite the dull tone in his voice. So, are you guys excited for today? Yang asked, looking between the two. RWBY looked ecstatic, eager to go out and prove that she belongs in the school. Izuku looked like he wanted to go back to bed. Yep, no more awkward small talk or getting to know you stuff. Today is the day I get to let my sweetheart do the talking. RWBY said while stroking her side. Well, remember RWBY, you're not the only one going through initiation. If you wanna grow up, you're gonna have to go out and meet new people, Yang advised her sister. RWBY pouted and looked at her sister with a grump look. You sound like Dad. She accused. First of all, what does meeting new people have to do with fighting? And secondly, I don't need to grow up. I drink milk, she told her sister. What does drinking milk have to do with anything? Izuku questioned the cloaked girl. RWBY fidgeted under his gaze. It makes my bones stronger, she weakly argued, shrinking in on herself with every passing second. Izuku shook his head. Put enough pressure on your bones and milk won't do anything to protect them. Trust me, I know, he said, looking at his gloved right hand and clenching it tightly. Even though he couldn't see the scars, he knew they were there. A permanent reminder of how weak he was. So, what are you guys going to do about teams? Yang asked. Wait, teams? Izuku questioned, looking up from his hand. Yeah, you know, the people you'll be partnered with for your time at Beacon. Yang told him. Noticing his confused gaze, she muttered, oh right. You're not from here. I'm not staying at this school for however long it runs for. I'm going to go home soon. So there's no point in me joining a team if I'm going to leave soon, Izuku voiced his opinion. RWBY shrugged, not really knowing the answer to her sister's question. I don't know. Since Izuku's not gonna want to work with me, I guess I'll just be on your team or something, she told Yang. All of a sudden Yang became interested in her hair, bringing it up to her face and caressing it. Her eyes moved to the side to avoid RWBY's. Maybe you should try being on someone else's team, she sheepishly suggested. RWBY smiled at Yang, but behind that friendly smile did not match her eyes, which showed nothing but annoyance. My dear sister Yang, are you implying that you do not wish to be on the same team as me? She sweetly asked. Yang immediately realized her position and tried to get out of this predicament without upsetting RWBY too much. What? No, of course I do. I just thought I don't know. Maybe it would help you break out of your shell, she suggested, but her words gave the opposite effect than what she'd hoped for. A look of betrayal manifested on RWBY's face as she stared at Yang. What the? I don't need to break out of my shell. That's absolutely ridiculous, John shouted out of nowhere. They all turned their heads to see him look at his map in both anger and confusion. This is where my locker's supposed to be. My map says so. Why did this have to happen today? He asked himself in a slump. Izuku sighed and turned back to the girls. At least with this he could avoid the sibling argument. I need to grab my costume and get changed. I'll see you two later. He bid farewell to the girls before walking over to the blonde boy, Ark. He called out, catching the blonde's attention. Your locker was above mine, he told him. Huh, why didn't you tell me earlier? John asked. Izuku just took a deep breath in before exhaling heavily. Pinching the bridge of his eyes, he walked over to John and past Weiss, who was approaching a girl with red hair adorned in Spartan armor. So, Pyrrha, have you given any thought to whose team you'd like to join? I'm sure everyone would want such a strong and capable individual such as yourself on their team. She exclaimed. Pyrrha thought for a second before shrugging ever so slightly. I'm not sure yet. I was planning on letting the chips fall where they may, she admitted. Well, I was thinking we could be on a team together, she suggested in a kind tone. Pyrrha smiled. That sounds grand. Great, Weiss said before turning around. Her cheerful facade broke, revealing something much more sinister and unsettling. This is perfect. The smartest girl paired with the strongest girl. Together we'll be unstoppable. I can see it now. We'll be popular. We'll be celebrities. We'll get perfect grades. Nothing will stop us, she thought, unaware of the only thing that could stop her was fast approaching. You know what else is great? Me, John Ark. Nice to meet you. John slid into the conversation with all the grace he could muster. Weiss turned around to see John standing in front of them, looking extremely confident in himself. Who are you? She asked, confused at the sudden arrival of the blonde-haired boy. Pyrrha took a different approach, however turned to John with a smile. Nice to meet you, John. She smiled. Nice to meet you too, gorgeous, John said with a smile, looking at Pyrrha before turning back to Weiss. So, I couldn't help but hear your talk and I was thinking you, me and that girl over there would make a great one. What a say. Actually, I think the teams are made up of 4 people each, Pyrrha interjected. Not to worry, hot stuff. I know the perfect person to fill in the last spot. Izuku, John called out, looking over to his left. The 2 girls followed his eyesight to see Izuku standing in front of his locker with his eyes clenched shut, as if he was wishing to be anywhere else but there. Eventually, Izuku made his way over, clutching a briefcase with the number 18 painted onto its side. "Did you need something?" he asked John with a tired tone. "I was curious if you wanted to join our team. With you, me, and these two girls, nothing will stop us," John claimed. "These two girls," Izuku repeated, staring at John in disbelief. "Do you even know their names?" "Precisely." Weiss jumped in. "Do you even know who you're speaking to?" "Not in the slightest, Snow Angel," John said. "Weiss." I twitched at the nickname but pushed that aside for now. "This is Pyrrha," she told the two boys, pointing at the redhead. John nodded along as Pyrrha waved at the two boys. "She graduated top of her class at Sanctum," she claimed. "Never heard of it," Izuku and John said simultaneously. Weiss, jaw dropped in disbelief before she quickly recomposed herself. "She's won the Mistral Region tournament 4 years in a row." She tried again, only this time with a much louder voice. "The what?" Izuku and John pondered. Weiss then began to flail her arms around. "She's on the front of every Pumpkin Pete's Marshmallow Flakes box," she yelled at the two. That seemed to finally get John to recognize her, but she still has no luck with Izuku. "That's you," John gasped as he remembered seeing her on those boxes of cereal, but they only do that for star athletes and cartoon characters. "Yeah, it was pretty cool. Sadly, the cereal isn't very good for you," Pyrrha admitted sadly. "What?" Izuku muttered, not understanding a word they were saying. In his mind, he could feel the ground between them start to pull away from each other, forming the crevice. Maybe this was God's way of telling him to just shut up and keep to himself. "So, after hearing all of this, do you really think you're in a position to ask her to be on your team?" Weiss asked rudely. "I guess not. Sorry," John apologized, looking downwards in embarrassment. "Actually, John, I think you'll make a great leader," Pyrrha encouraged the blonde, causing him to brighten up. Stop it," he chuckled. "Seriously, stop it. This kind of behavior should not be encouraged," Weiss claimed, but the words Pyrrha said had already sunken into John's mind. "Well, it looks like Pyrrha and Izuku are on Team John," the blonde claimed proudly. Izuku turned his head towards John and quickly tried to deny that assumption, but John wasn't listening. Instead, the boy was getting closer and closer to the white-haired girl. "Spots are filling up quick. Maybe I can pull a few strings and find a place for you. What do ya say?" Weiss, now leaning back due to the close proximity between her and John, quickly called out for help. "All right. That's a little too close. Pyrrha, a little help please." Pyrrha unsheathed her sword and watched as it transformed into a spear before throwing it at John. She was aiming for his hood to pin him against the wall. She didn't want to do it, but she couldn't think of any other way to separate the two at that moment. But to everyone's surprise, Izuku moved in front of the spear and caught it by the blade. It sliced through the palm of his left glove before the laws of friction applied and the spear stopped moving. Izuku stared Pyrrha in the eyes, and that was when she saw it. She saw sparks of life within his normally dead eyes. But he soon blinked, and the light went away. The spear landed on the ground with a metallic clang. Izuku clenched his left hand tightly before walking over to John and grabbing him by the arm, dragging him away from Weiss into a nearby wall of lockers. "Stay here," he told the boy before walking back to the girls. "Never do that again," he warned Pyrrha with a glare. I didn't mean to hurt him. I was aiming for his hood," Pyrrha tried to justify herself. "And what if you missed?" Izuku asked, causing Pyrrha's body to tense up. "What if your aim was off? Would you feel fine with that javelin piercing his shoulder? Or his head?" The girl froze in horror as she imagined John looking at her with the javelin sticking out of his forehead. Izuku gave one last hard look at her before walking off and back to John. "And you're not innocent either. Don't invade other people's personal space unless they're okay with it," he scolded John harshly before hearing a gasp from Pyrrha. Turning his head to face her, he saw her looking at the blade of her javelin before looking at him. Izuku just gave her a look that said, "Don't say anything about it." Thankfully she understood and kept quiet, but that didn't stop her from throwing concerned glances at him every now and again. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yang and RWBY approaching. "Having some trouble there, Lady Killer?" Yang asked with a massive smirk. "I don't understand," John muttered. "My mom said all women look for confidence." Where did I go wrong? He questioned himself. Yang turned to Izuku and motioned to John. So what did he do? I don't know the specifics, but I do know he called Shni, Snow Angel, and invaded her personal space. Izuku answered, and I don't think she enjoyed either of those things. Speaking of nicknames, why does RWBY call you Demon Boy sometimes? Yang asked, curious as to why her sister sometimes called the green-haired boy that nickname. She never explained why. Izuku opened his mouth to answer but was cut off when the loudspeaker announced for them to meet at Beacon Cliff for the initiation. Izuku looked at his briefcase before looking back at them. You'll see soon enough, he cryptically said before turning away from them and heading towards a changing room. Once inside he uncurled his left hand and watched with a dead gaze as drops of red fell onto the ground. John fidgeted uncomfortably as Ozpin stared at them all. The man did not say a word, he just stood there. Glinda stood next to him, a tablet in one hand. Finally, a small smile graced Ozpin's features. Ah, there he is, he said, we can begin now. Everyone turned their heads to see who Ozpin was waiting for and immediately tensed up. Walking up the hill towards them was what they could only describe as a true monster. Everyone froze in fear as the figure closed in on them. But instead of attacking them like they thought it would do, it moved past them all and stood on the gray platform next to John. Sweat rolled down John's forehead as he began shaking in fear, but then something caught his eye. Those gloves and those shoes. It couldn't be, Izuku. Is that you? John asked. Young, Blake, Weiss and Pyrrha's eyes widened at what John had said. And their shock only grew when the costumed boy nodded his head slowly. Dude, why do you look like you're about to kill all of us? Do I really look that scary? Izuku quietly muttered to himself before speaking up. It's the only thing I have aside from my clothes, and I don't want to ruin them. He explained. Yang slowly leaned over to RWBY. So that's what you meant when you called him Demon Boy. She whispered to her sister before shutting up when Ozpin cleared his throat, diverting everyone's attention from Izuku to him. For years, you have trained to become warriors, and today, your abilities will be evaluated in the Emerald Forest. Ozpin told the applicants. Now, I'm sure many of you have heard rumors about the assignment of teams. Glinda spoke up, gaining everyone's attention since she was talking about the team situation. Well, allow us to put an end to your confusion. Each of you will be given teammates, she told everyone before adding, today. The students looked around, each having a different reaction to the news. Nora looked excited, looking back and forth between Ren and Glinda. RWBY looked confused, uttering out a small, what? John looked nervous, hoping he would be partnered up with someone strong and cool. And Izuku looked on with apathy, not caring about the teams. These teammates will be with you for the rest of your time here at Beacon. So it is in your best interest to be paired with someone whom you can work well, Glinda explained. RWBY looked over to Izuku, who caught her gaze and shook his head no, prompting her to groan. But nothing was preparing the students for the bombshell Ozpin was about to drop on them. That being said, the first person you make eye contact with will be your partner for the next 4 years. What? RWBY screamed. It felt like her world had just shattered around her. I told you. Nora pointed at Ren. After you've partnered up, make your way to the northern end of the forest. You will meet opposition along the way. Do not hesitate to destroy everything in your path or you will die, Ozpin told them before further explaining the test. You will be monitored and graded through the duration of your initiation, but our instructors will not intervene. You will find an abandoned temple at the end of the path containing several relics. Each pair must choose one and return to the top of the cliff. We will regard the item you chose, as well as your standing, and grade you appropriately. Are there any questions? He finished. Yeah, sir. John raised his hand, hoping to ask a few questions about the exam, but was ignored by Ozpin. Good. Now take your positions, the man told everyone. The applicants soon got ready to begin the exam. Nora crouched low, like a lion ready to pounce on its prey and rip it to shreds. Ren calmly drew Stormflower and rested his fingers on the triggers. Yang raised her fists, ready to pummel anything that stood in her way. RWBY stood tall, trying to make herself seem older and more mature than she actually was. John continued standing there, his hand raised the entire time. And finally Izuku, who was unsure what Ozpin meant by opposition. Sir, I have a question, John said. At the start of the line, Weiss' platform sprung up, sending her flying through the air into the forest. Izuku had to do a double take, unsure of what was happening. John, however, completely missed it, as well as not seeing the other students get launched. So this landing strategy, what is it? Are you dropping us off somewhere? He asked. No, Ozpin answered, you will be falling. John still wasn't noticing the other applicants getting launched. Oh, I see. So are you going to hand out parachutes for us? He asked nervously. No, you will be using your own landing strategy, Ozpin said as he watched Nora and Ren get launched into the Emerald Forest. Izuku looked down the line and saw Yang staring at him. Once she knew he was looking, she gave him a flirtatious wink, causing a red hue to lightly dust his cheeks under his mask. She then put on a pair of aviator sunglasses before being launched with a cheerful scream. Izuku then looked over at RWBY, who offered him a smile before she too was launched. So what exactly is this landing strategy? Why? John screamed as the platform underneath him launched him away, leaving only Izuku, Ozpin and Glinda. Izuku waited patiently for his turn to be launched, but that did not happen. He turned towards Ozpin, who was looking at him with a comforting gaze. I would like you to think about these words before you go into the forest. You will be facing grim monsters that have no soul. They live only to attack and kill. So if you feel hesitant to kill them, just imagine them as nothing more than flies. Ozpin informed him, do not think of it as taking a life. Think of it as putting these creatures into an eternal slumber. Izuku didn't know how to process those words, but he wasn't given much time to. Ozpin gave him a small nod before the platform underneath him sprung up, launching him high into the air. However, this platform shot Izuku on an angle, sending him further left than the other participants. Glinda noticed this and turned to Ozpin. Why are you sending Izuku further away from the others? It's going to be harder for him to find someone to team up with. Ozpin turned to face Glinda. The boy is a wild card. We do not know how his mind works. Since arriving in Beacon, he's displayed multiple different emotions, as if he's trying to mask how he feels in order to protect himself. But one emotion has been present in nearly all of them. This test isn't just to see which students make it into our school. It's to see how close young Izuku is to falling into something he can't escape from. The sound of multiple grim screaming pierced their ears, followed by Ozpin looking off in the direction of where Izuku was launched with an intrigued face, as he held a tablet displaying all of the students, with one main camera following RWBY and one following Izuku. Let us see how much negativity is stored inside that boy, shall we? Izuku didn't know what he expected to find once he landed. He remembered Ozpin and RWBY talking about killing monsters, but he'd never seen the creatures. All he knew about them was that there were schools out there to kill them. He thought it was barbaric. Killing a creature just because it caused harm. They could easily restrain them and make them docile. But then again, he had no clue as to how these monsters acted. They could just live for destruction and death. And maybe putting them down was the only way to keep them safe. But Izuku was a hero. He was taught never to kill, only capture and restrain. So if push came to shove, would he be able to kill? A black bird was gliding majestically through the air, enjoying the freedom of flight. It was high above the ground, so no grim could hurt it. It was completely safe. That was until RWBY crashed into it as she plummeted to the ground below. Birdie, no, she cried out, watching it fall to the ground with a splat. RWBY realized that would be her unless she could stop her descent. She quickly pulled out Crescent Rose before turning it into her sniper. She fired a few shots, using the force of the blasts to slow her momentum before switching back to her scythe. She caught a branch with her blade before swinging herself down to the ground at a much more reasonable pace. As Weiss flew through the air, she pulled out her rapier, Mertenaster, before summoning a large white circle with a snowflake pattern before landing on it. She then immediately jumped off of it, heading to the forest below. Hoping to find Pyrrha or at least someone capable to be on her team. Ren descended towards the ground at an alarming pace, but he was not fazed by his speed. He spun around midair before using the blades attached under the barrels of storm flower to latch onto a tree. He spiraled around the trunk before landing on the ground. He dusted himself off before hearing a shout above him. He looked up to see Yang soar above him, cheering as she flew. Yang fired multiple shots using her gauntlets, laughing and cheering with each blast. She spun around, enjoying her time in the air. The smile never left her face, even when she crashed through multiple branches and tumbled to the ground. She quickly stood up, a giant smirk plastered on her face. "Nailed it," Yang said with a smirk before running off. Pyrrha pulled out her shield and held it in front of her body, shielding herself as she crashed through multiple trees. Every time she smashed through a tree, it slowed her down. Once she was at an adequate speed, she landed on the ground with a combat roll. Once she got up, she saw John falling out of the sky, screaming as he did. She held up her javelin, ready to throw, but hesitated slightly. Izuku words from earlier bouncing around her mind. But if she didn't throw the javelin, John would die. She took a deep breath and carefully aimed for where John was going to pass before throwing the spear with all her might. After a second she heard a very audible thunk as her spear collided with the tree. What followed were seconds of silence that felt like years to Pyrrha. But finally, she heard someone call out to her. "Thank you." Pyrrha let out a breath she didn't even know she was holding. "I'm sorry." She yelled back. Izuku found himself flying towards a large lake. He contemplated using float to slow his descent, but soon decided against it. In a normal situation, he would use any power available to help him out. But this wasn't a normal situation. His powers were now valuable cards in his deck. He'd already played 2 of them, but he still had 5 left. He didn't want to show them off just yet. When the times came, he would. But he knew a way to land safely without using float. He channeled 20% of One for All and straightened his body so he was upright. Once he was close enough to the ground he began moving his legs in a running motion. He soon came into contact with the ground and began sprinting across it at high speeds. One for All's boost in durability negated any damage, but now he was going too fast to properly control himself. Spotting a tree in front of him, he continued running before he jumped and began running up the tree. Once he was at the top, he kicked off the trunk and did a backflip before landing on the ground in a crouched position. Danger sense went off like a rocket. He quickly stood up and looked around. 2 on my left, no, there's 5, and more coming in on my right. He thought, using the 4th quirk to pinpoint where everything was. But all he managed to figure out was there were too many enemies, coming in from every direction. And they were coming in fast. Gotta find Yang. Gotta find Yang. Gotta find. Realizing that thinking wasn't going to help her, RWBY began to shout at the top of her lungs. Hoping her sister was close enough to hear her, "Yang. Yang." She waited and waited, but her sister did not respond. "Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. What if I can't find her? What if someone's already found her?" She internally panicked. "Well, there's always John. He's nice. He's funny. But I don't think he'd be very good in a fight though. Oh, what about Blake? So mysterious and calm though I probably wouldn't be able to hold a conversation with her. And then Izuku. He's really strong, but he doesn't want to be on a team with anyone. Okay, who else do I know in this school? There's Yang, John, Blake, Izuku, and RWBY's thoughts died in her head as she locked eyes with someone who she would have liked to avoid. Weiss quickly turned around and walked from whence she came, leaving RWBY all by herself. "Hey! Where are you going?" she called out, but Weiss didn't respond. RWBY huffed and quickly a nearby pebble with her foot. "We're supposed to be teammates," she muttered to herself. Weiss walked through the forest, hoping that she could switch partners. No way was she going to be partnered with that child. She'd rather anyone else. As she pushed branches and leaves out of her way, she heard a familiar voice from high above. Come on, you stupid spear." Weiss looked up to see John fumbling with a javelin that had pinned him to the tree. He noticed her and stopped fidgeting, instead opting to smile and wave awkwardly. The white-haired girl then turned on her heel and walked back to where RWBY was. She grabbed the girl by her hood and dragged her. "By no means does this make us friends," she sharply told the girl. "You came back," RWBY shouted happily. "Wait, come back. Who's going to get me down from here?" John cried out to Weiss, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. John, John looked down to see Pyrrha staring up at him. Do you have any spots left on your team? She asked innocently. John snorted. Very funny, he said as the newly formed partners smiled at each other. Elsewhere, RWBY and Weiss continued to wander through the forest, hoping the direction they're going is the right way. Weiss was walking quickly whilst RWBY was struggling to keep up with her. What's the hurry? She asked. The girl in front of her turned her head to face her. A not-so-pleased expression on her face. I will not let my mission be delayed because you're too slow. Weiss snapped at her before turning back to face forward. I swear, if we get bad grades because of your... She suddenly stopped speaking when RWBY appeared right beside her. What the? I'm not slow, RWBY retorted childishly. When did? Weiss, just because I don't know how to deal with people doesn't mean I don't know how to deal with monsters. You're about to see a whole different side of me today. And after it's over, you're gonna be like, wow, that RWBY girl is really, really cool, and I want to be friends with her. RWBY declared before disappearing a shower of rose petals, leaving Weiss all alone. Oh, it was her semblance, Weiss thought, mentally facepalming. Suddenly she heard the bushes crackle around her. You may be fast, but you excel at wasting time. Suddenly the rustling stopped, as if the sound of her voice froze whoever was inside the bushes. Weiss couldn't help but feel a chill crawl up her spine. RWBY? She asked hesitantly. A large, black wolf-like creature with a skull-like mask and red eyes emerged from the forest running directly at her. She pulled out her rapier and the revolver barrel above her hand spun. Wait for the first strike. Then counter, she planned. Her eyes narrowed as she prepared for the inevitable attack. But the Beowulf had other plans. Instead of slashing its claws at her, it leapt over her and continued running off the god knows where. Weiss just stood there, watching in confusion as the Grimm disappeared further into the forest. That wasn't normal. Grimm never did that. They'd only do that if it wasn't possible. No kid here would be negative enough to draw a large crowd of Grimm. But what if there was? But those thoughts had to be put on hold when she heard a branch snap behind her. She turned around to see a Beowulf in front of her and another one to her left. Both were staring at her, not interested in where the other Grimm were going. No, they were interested in just her. RWBY, she shouted. Further in the forest, Yang wandered around the forest, hoping to find someone. Hello. She called out, hoping someone was close enough to hear her. Is anyone out here? Hello, I'm getting bored here, she shouted angrily. The bushes rustled behind her, causing her to whip her body around to the noise. Is someone there? She asked, but no response. She moved closer to the bush. RWBY, is that you? Yang asked, peeking over the bush. A growl emerged from the bush, followed by a large Grimm rising from the greenery. It looked like the Beowulf, only much bulkier. An Ursa, Yang thought, staring at the beast. It quickly launched at her, but Yang was faster, dodging the creature before activating her Ember Celica. She engaged in a staring contest with the Grimm before another one ran out from behind her. Yang quickly jumped over the Ursa and its companion ran directly to her, but was stopped when it was hit with a fiery punch. The other Ursa charged her, a motion she mimicked. She threw several punches towards the Grimm and kicked it away from her. You guys wouldn't happen to have seen a girl in a red hood, would you? Or a green-haired boy wearing a costume that looks like your mother? Yang asked the monsters. They roared back at her. You could just say, no. She muttered before one of the Ursa stood on its hind legs and started slashing at Yang. She quickly dodged the attacks, albeit barely. She jumped back and laughed at the two Grimm. Geez, you two couldn't hit the broad side of a bow. Her words died in her mouth as she watched a single strand of her golden hair fall in front of her face and gently land on the ground. She closed her eyes. But when she opened them, they were blood red. You monster, she yelled out, venom laced in her voice. She rocketed towards the Ursa and unleashed a deadly combo of fiery punches, each punch boosted by her semblance. The Ursa flew through multiple trees and disappeared into the forest. Yang quickly turned to face the other Grimm. You want some, too? She shouted. The Ursa then readied its attack, but was hit with something from behind. It fell onto the ground as Blake stood over it. The two girls looked at each other before Yang smiled. I could have taken him. Weiss, eyes glanced around at the two Grimm. analyzing their posture. She needed to prepare herself for when one would attack. It didn't look like they were going to run to whatever was attracting them, so she needed to plan out her attack. Okay, Weiss. Remember your training. Head up, shoulders back, right foot forward, not that forward. Slow your breathing, wait for the time to strike, and now. Weiss dashed towards the Beowulf in front of her and raised her rapier, ready to strike. But before she could land her attack, RWBY appeared in front of her and hit the Beowulf with her scythe. Weiss quickly changed the direction of her attack, sending a line of fire out of her scythe and towards a tree, which caught on fire. RWBY was so distracted by the fire, she didn't notice the other Beowulf rush her until it was too late. It hit her scythe, knocking it into her, and in turn, her into Weiss. Hey, watch it, she cried. Weiss couldn't believe what RWBY had just said. Excuse me. You attacked out of turn. I could have killed you. RWBY just snorted at her words. You'll have to try much harder than that. The two raised their weapons towards the Grim, but Weiss noticed that the fire was starting to spread towards the other trees. Flaming branches were starting to fall from the sky. A well-placed hit could seriously injure, or even kill them. This was not a good area to fight in. She grabbed RWBY's arm and began to run away. We have to go. Once they were far enough away from the burning trees, RWBY began to complain. What was that? That should have been easy, she claimed. Well, perhaps if you had exercised even the slightest amount of caution with the placement strikes, I wouldn't have set the forest on fire. Weiss argued. What's that supposed to mean? RWBY asked, not exactly happy with what Weiss was insinuating. Weiss just scoffed. I'm just surprised someone who talks so much would communicate so little during an encounter. Well, I'm sorry you need my help to win a fight, RWBY said, sarcasm evident in her voice. I'm just fine on my own. She told the white-haired girl. Well, congratulations on being the youngest child to sneak into Beacon. Bravo, Weiss sneered back with just as much sarcasm. She then walked off, leaving RWBY by herself. RWBY pulled out Crescent Rose and sliced a tree with an angry shout. She took a deep breath to calm herself down before following Weiss. Not noticing the giant black feather that fell on the destroyed tree. John and Pyrrha walked through the forest, ducking under branches and jumping over logs. They walked in silence, but it was broken when the sound of gunfire rang out throughout the forest. John whipped his head towards the sound. It was coming from where Weiss walked off to. He then turned to Pyrrha. Did you hear that? He asked. Pyrrha nodded in confirmation. Gunfire, she stated. It seems our comrades have encountered the enemy, she told her partner. As they continued making their way through the lush forest, Pyrrha pushed a branch out of her way, only for it to swing back and hit John in the face, sending him flying onto his back. John. I'm sorry, Pyrrha apologized. John laughed it off, not wanting to worry her. I'm fine. It's just a scratch, see. He pointed to his cheek, where a small amount of blood was rolling down. See, it doesn't even hurt. Pyrrha nodded hesitantly, but something didn't make sense. Why didn't you activate your aura? She questioned. Your aura, Pyrrha repeated. Gesundheit. Okay, was her teammate just being silly to make her feel better? Or did he enroll in a combat school without knowing what aura was? John, do you know what aura is? She asked. Of course I do, John claimed confidently. Do you know what aura is? Yeah, he doesn't know what it is, Pyrrha thought. She smiled at him before delving into an explanation. Aura is the manifestation of our soul. It bears our burdens and shields our heart, she explained. When she noticed John still looked confused, she continued, have you ever felt like you were being watched without knowing that someone was there? Yeah, John nodded. With practice, our aura can be our shield. Everyone has it, even animals. What about monsters? John asked. No, the monsters we face lack a soul, Pyrrha explained. The creatures of Grim, the manifestation of anonymity. They are the dark, and we are the light. Right, John nodded confidently. That's why we fight them. It's not about why, it's about knowing. Understanding the dark and the light helps us manifest our aura. Everyone has some of both. By bearing your soul outward as a force, you can deflect harm. All of our tools and equipment are conduits for aura. You protect yourself and your soul when fighting. So it's like a force field. John exclaimed. Pyrrha nodded with a smile. happy that she was able to help educate him on what aura was. Yes, if you want to look at it that way. Now close your eyes. John wasn't sure why he needed to close his eyes, but did so anyway. There was no way Pyrrha would hurt him. They were teammates, and she seemed really nice. Pyrrha closed her own eyes before focusing on her aura. When she opened them, she saw her skin was glowing. She looked at John and watched as a white light enveloped his body. For it is in passing that we achieve immortality, she thought, looking at her blonde teammate. Through this, we become a paragon of virtue and glory to rise above all, infinite in distance and unbound by death. She placed her hand on John's chest and watched as he flinched at her touch. I release your soul, and by my shoulder protect thee. John opened his eyes to see Pyrrha hunched over. Worry filled his system as he fretted over her. Hey, are you all right? Pyrrha held up her hand, hoping that would ease his concerns. I'm all right. I used my aura to unlock yours, but that energy that protects you is now your own, she told him. She watched as his scratch healed at an incredible speed, and it seems like you have a lot of it. Ren stopped and looked around. Something was close by. Behind him, a large, black grim serpent rose from the grass and surrounded him with its body. Ren quickly adopted a fighting position as the snake coiled together in front of him before its head lunged at him. Its mouth was open wide, displaying its sharp fangs. Ren jumped out of the way, causing the grim to slam its head into the ground. It quickly recovered and hit Ren midair with its snout. He landed on the ground and wasted no time in firing Storm Flower at the creature. The snake then snapped at him, but Ren was one step ahead. He kicked the Grim's head and then quickly drove the blades of Storm Flower into its head. Ren had no time to relax, however, as he heard a hiss behind him. He turned around to see a white snake rise up. Looking at its body, he found it was connected to the Grim he'd just killed. The other half of the Grim lunged at him, but Ren dodged the attack. He leapt over the black half's head before sliding down on its body, shooting the white half. The black half, now recovered from the hit, slammed its head into Ren, knocking his weapons out of his hands. The snake then unhinged its jaw before closing it around the boy. Ren grabbed the front fangs, his hands covered in a pink light. With a yank, he ripped the fangs out of the snake's mouth. It flailed away for a second before going back to bite him. He spun to the side, avoiding the attack before jamming the fan deep in Grim's eye. It screamed out in pain and Ren pushed it in deeper and deeper before jumping away. The black half of the snake's body rippled before expanding. It then blew up in a dark mess. Ren, still holding the other fang, focused his attention to the white snake. He threw the fang high into the sky before dashing for his weapons. The snake, now enraged at the loss of its other half, launched its head down to where Ren was standing. Ren jumped up, narrowly avoiding the strike. He grabbed the fang that was now falling before throwing it at the snake's head. He then shot the fang with Storm Flower. Instead of breaking, the bullet only hit the fang, causing its speed to increase. It shot through the Grim's head, cracking through the skull and lodging itself deep within its brain. The creature fell over dead as Ren landed on top of it. He slid his weapons into his sleeves before hearing a strange noise. He looked up to see Nora staring at him upside down. I still don't think that's what a sloth sounds like, Ren told her. In response, Nora tapped her friend on the nose, causing a small smile to grace his face. Izuku cupped his bloodied hand in the lake and watched as the blood was washed off. Once it was all gone, he put his glove back on and continued waiting. Izuku knew they were coming for him, but he didn't just want to jump into battle unprepared. He was about to face something he had never heard of before. He needed a game plan. Okay, 15% should be a good starting point. I'll increase or decrease depending on how strong they are. The only other quirk I can use is Black Whip, but I can pop out another one if I need to. Float might be good, or Smokescreen. It'd be better to keep FA Jin and Gearshift under wraps for now. He thought. He didn't really trust Ozpin, or anyone for that matter. His power was special, and he didn't know if these people could take it away. Their technology was far more advanced than his. So they could have found a way. It probably wasn't true. It might have just been his mind playing tricks on him, but until he knew he could trust them. His aces would remain in his sleeves. They're here, he thought as danger sense went off. He stood up and turned around to see 4 wolf-like creatures. Their bodies were inky black, with exposed white skulls. Red eyes with a glare that would put even Bakugo to shame. And all of them looked ready to pounce. Now Izuku could see why they were referred to as monsters. But they didn't scare him. He'd dealt with much worse. Charging one for all at 15%, Izuku held up his fists to the creatures. They wanted a fight, so a fight is what they'll get. Izuku dashed to one of the Beowulfs and ensnared it with Black Whip before slamming his fist into its stomach. Black Whip prevented it from flying off, so Izuku could watch as it exhaled sharply before passing out from the pain. He swiftly moved to the next Beowulf and roundhouse kicked it in the head. The creature was sent flying, but Izuku wrapped Black Whip around its legs and slammed its body into the other 2 Beowulfs, sending them all to the ground. Danger sense pinged, alerting him an incoming attack. He quickly stepped to the side and watched as another Beowulf dove right by him. He held up his hands and flicked his fingers, slamming blasts of air into the Grim. It flew away and smashed into a tree. It tried to get back up, but Izuku shut that down with a solid kick to its head, knocking it out. Danger sense went crazy, prompting Izuku to turn his head and see a pack of Beowulfs staring back at him. Under his cowl, Izuku glared at all of them. This was annoying, but it wasn't the end of the world. 15% of one for all was proving to be more than enough, so taking on a few more would take an extra minute or 2. A few Beowulfs came running at him, but Izuku was prepared for this. He crawled on the ground before performing a handstand. The Beowulfs tried to jump onto him, but he spun his body around, creating a small vortex. The Grim tried to hold on, but the centrifugal force was too strong, sending them flying off him. 2 Beowulfs ran towards him, but one of them lagged behind a bit. Izuku jumped over the closest Grim and aimed his fingers towards the one at the back. He flicked his fingers and shot air at the Beowulf. The wind collided with its head and dazed it. Not wasting any time, Izuku lifted up his right leg and slammed it down on the creature's head, sending it into the ground. He quickly turned around and grabbed onto the Beowulf behind him with Black Whip. He swung the Beowulf over his head like a giant hammer before slamming it into another Beowulf. Finally the last 3 Beowulfs came rushing towards him. Izuku ran towards one before leaping towards one and kicking off its head like a springboard. Spinning his body around, he clenched his fist and slammed it down into the ground when he landed. The resounding force sent the 3 Beowulfs crashing into trees. Izuku stood up and looked around at the aftermath of the battle, if he could even call it that. A few broken trees, and a lot of unconscious Grim laying on the ground motionless. He waited for any of them to pop up and try to attack again, but danger sense didn't go up, and the only movement made by them was the gentle rise and fall of their chests. Realizing they weren't a threat anymore, Izuku turned away from the Beowulfs. They weren't going to bother him, and he didn't care what was going to happen to them. All he wanted to do was grab the relic and end the examination. While everyone was continuing their exam, Ozpin and Glinda stood at the cliff, watching them all through their tablets. They were busy grading all the students, trying to work out which of the participants would join their school, and which would be turned away. The next pair has been formed, sir. Nora Valkyrie and Lai Ren. Glinda informed her boss, watching as Nora bounced around Ren with endless amounts of energy. That poor boy, she sighed. I can't imagine those 2 getting along. Still, she's probably better off than Miss Nico's, and then there's Mr. Midoriya, who still hasn't found a partner. Ozpin hummed as he continued to watch the tablet, focused on 2 people in particular. I don't care what his transcripts say. That John fellow is not ready for this level of combat. I guess we'll find out soon enough, though. At their current pace, everyone, excluding Mr. Midoriya, will reach the temple in a few minutes. Speaking of which, what did you use for relics this year? She asked Ozpin, but he did not respond. Professor Ozpin. Her words fell on deaf ears as Ozpin continued to watch the tablet. One of the cameras showed RWBY making her way through the forest with Weiss, and the other was fixated on Izuku, who was leaving the lake and heading deeper into the forest. It's definitely this way, Weiss declared, walking to the right, but she soon paused and started walking to the left. I mean this way. It's definitely this way. She stopped once again and looked around before turning to RWBY. All right. It's official. We've passed it. Why can't you just admit you have no idea where we're going? RWBY questioned tiredly. They'd been walking around for ages and haven't made any progress whatsoever. Because I know exactly where we're going, Weiss retorted. RWBY raised an eyebrow and motioned for Weiss to continue. Which she did. We're going to. Her words began to fade as she looked uncertain, but she wasn't going to prove her partner right. The forest temple. RWBY rolled her eyes and threw her hands up in the air, exasperated. Oh, stop it. You don't know where we are either, she accused. Well, at least I'm not pretending like I know everything. RWBY snapped back. What is that supposed to mean? Weiss asked, a dangerous edge present in her tone. It means you're a big stupid jerk, and I hate you. RWBY exclaimed like a small child. Just keep moving, Weiss growled. RWBY was so fed up with how she was acting. So much so she began to mimic Weiss' voice, making it high-pitched and snobbish. Oh, just keep moving. Hurry up. Watch where you're going. She stopped mimicking her partner's voice and spoke to her normally. Why are you so bossy? I'm not bossy, Weiss argued. Don't say things like that. Stop treating me like a kid, RWBY yelled, fed up with how the white-haired girl was treating her. Stop acting like a kid, Weiss yelled back. Well, stop acting like you're perfect. I'm not perfect. Not yet, Weiss muttered, looking to the ground, but I'm still leagues better than you. She snapped before walking off, leaving RWBY by herself. The girl in question just lowered her head to the ground and kicked a nearby pebble. You don't even know me, she mumbled to herself before chasing after Weiss. Yang and Blake stood outside a ruin. It was worn down, moss growing in the cracks of the stone. It looks like one hit would send it crashing down. But inside this small ruined temple were podiums, each holding several gold and black pieces. Chess pieces to be exact. Think this is it? Yang asked her partner, looking at the pieces. Blake walked around and examined the pedestals. 9 pieces left, she pointed out. Looks like we weren't the first ones here. Wait, 9? Yang questioned. Blake moved out of the way to reveal another chess piece to Yang. It was a different color from the rest of them, and it didn't take a genius to figure out who that piece was for. Huh. Didn't see that, she stated before moving toward the Black Knight. How about a cute little pony? She said. Blake smirked and nodded. Sure. Yang picked up the White Knight and tucked it into her pocket. That wasn't so hard, she exclaimed cockily. Well, it's not like this place is difficult to find, Blake agreed. Well then, if you don't mind, I want to wait for RWBY to arrive, and Izuku. Blake hummed before looking Yang dead in the eyes. I get why you would be concerned about RWBY. But you seem to be very interested in Izuku. Both you and your sister. Why is that? She asked, curious as to why they were always looking at him with curious gazes. PHF'd. Why wouldn't we be? He's from another. Yang cut herself off. Was it all right to tell Blake about Izuku being from another world? Or was Izuku trying to keep it a secret? From what she knows, he hasn't told anyone else about it. But as she was thinking about that, another thought came into her mind. She knew nothing about the boy or where he's from. All RWBY told her was that he was from a world where superheroes and supervillains existed, and that was it. She knew nothing else about him. He's from another what? Blake questioned, waiting for Yang to answer her question. Yang struggled to answer. Thankfully a loud high-pitched scream rang out around the forest, allowing Yang to slide the conversation away from Izuku. Some girls in trouble. What should we do? She asked. Blake said nothing. Instead she just looked up into the sky. Blake, did you hear me? What should we do? Blake continued to stay silent. However, she did raise her hand and point up into the sky. Yang followed her finger and saw what she was pointing at. It was her sister, falling out of the sky. A giant black bird with a white skull flying above them, Weiss hanging onto its claws. RWBY quickly got into a landing position, but was suddenly hit by another flying object, sending them both into a tree. A couple minutes earlier, John and Pyrrha stood outside a dark cave with crude drawings carved next to the entrance. Think this is it? John asked Pyrrha, pointing into the cave. His partner just shrugged her shoulders. He quickly made a torch out of a nearby stick before they both wandered into the cave. I don't think this is it, Pyrrha commented, looking around at the walls. Pyrrha, I made the torch. Could you at least humor me for maybe 5 more feet. John asked before tripping over a rock. He landed face first into a puddle alongside the torch, which went out as soon as the water covered it. Their only source of light was gone, leaving them in total darkness. "Do you feel that?" Pyrrha whispered to John. "Soul-crushing regret." John answered back, still lying in the puddle. "No, it's warm." John got out of the puddle and the pair continued on deeper into the cave. It was pitch black, they couldn't see a thing. But from the darkness, a glowing light emerged. John's face lit up and he ran towards it. "It's the relic," he claimed. He went to reach for the glowing object, but it moved away from him. "Hey, bad relic," he hissed, trying to grab it again. It moved away, but this time John jumped up and grabbed it. "Ha, got it." John's words died in his throat when he saw 10 glowing red eyes staring at him from the darkness. He let out a high-pitched scream. Pyrrha saw whatever John was holding onto was moving towards her, so she turned around and ran. She just exited the cave when she heard a crash behind her. She turned her head to see a scorpion-like creature with a black exoskeleton and white plates on its back, which were adorned with red markings. John was still hanging onto its stinger. There was no doubt about it. They'd just run into a Death Stalker. Pyrrha quickly drew her weapons. "John, whatever you do, don't let..." She stopped speaking when the Death Stalker flung John off its tail, launching him far away. "Go," she finished quietly. She looked the Grim in the eyes before smiling nervously and running away as fast as she could. Izuku wandered through the forest, his eyes darting all over the place. Danger sense was increasing in intensity the further he wandered into the forest. He tried his best to ignore the sharp pains in his head and instead focused on the goal ahead of him. He needed to get to the temple. The quicker he did that, the quicker he could pass this exam and get one step closer to getting back home. But then he realized something. He had no clue where the temple was. A small thought popped up in the back of his mind, but he quickly pushed it away. But it seemed Nana had the same idea, as her ghost manifested next to him. "Just use float. It'll get you to whatever you need to grab quicker," Nana urged him. She'd hoped that after the fight he would just fly over, grab the relic and leave. Instead the boy remained steadfast in his belief that he should hide his powers away. "No," Izuku responded immediately. Since there was no one else around, he switched back into his native tongue. "Why are you so adamant in hiding your powers? Why do you think this is the right decision to make?" Izuku opened his mouth to reply, but quickly stopped when the second user, Kudo, appeared. "Ninth is doing the right thing by hiding his powers," the man said, giving Nana an annoyed look. "Not you too," Nana huffed. "We do not know these people or what they want. That man, Ozpin, might be working on a way to get Ninth home, but what if he, or others, see the power inside the boy? Ninth could be used for their own gain," the second user claimed. Nana shook her head. Kudo always thought the worst of others. She couldn't really blame him. He lived in a bad time when quirk was starting to appear and the world was flipped upside down. But his opinions were certainly not helping Izuku. The boy kept pushing others away, and she was starting to get worried about what might happen if he doesn't get help soon. She needed backup here. "Shinomori, help me out here," she pleaded with the fourth user. Hikage appeared and nodded his head. "If they wanted to use you for their own gain in a malicious way, then Danger Sense would warn you about them," he told Izuku. "Thank you," Nana thought, happy that someone was helping her out here. But then again, if they used you because they thought it was the right thing to do, then Danger Sense wouldn't warn you. And their kindness could change to greed if they see what you are capable of. "Oh, come on," Nana thought. She tried to speak, but stopped when Hikage held up his hand, signaling he wasn't done. "But the path you're walking on right now is a dark one. If pushed too far, you could get swallowed by the darkness. I would recommend you find people you can trust. People who you know will not betray you no matter what, and keep them close. So if you do fall into the murky abyss, you'll have hands to pull you back into the light. Like first said, it is better to have trusted allies than dangerous enemies." And with that speech done, Hikage disappeared, retreating back into One for All. The second user remained silent, contemplating Hikage's words before his vestige dissipated. Nana looked back to Izuku, and even though his face was covered by his respirator and cowl, she could tell he was thinking about what Hikage just said. Even if you think I'm being unfair, please remember that I and the others just want what's best for you. She was about to leave when Izuku turned his head towards her. The green eyes hiding in the shadows of his cowl looked at her, and it pained her to see such an expression on a kid. How? He whispered quietly, how do I know if someone is trustworthy? Asked. Nana only gave him a sad smile. You won't. You just need to trust your heart, she said before her ghost vanished in the wind. Izuku stood there for a few moments, his brain processing what was just said to him. His emotions were running wild and he was close to blowing up. Just stay calm. You know what you're doing. He tried convincing himself, but he wasn't doing a very good job. Shaking his head, tried to bottle his emotions up and ignore what Nana said. The relic was his top priority right now, he couldn't afford to be distracted by anything else. He crouched down and allowed one for all to flow through his body at 15%. He jumped high into the air and quickly looked around. He quickly spotted a small ruin in the distance. But above it was a giant bird-like monster. He could barely make it out as it was so far away from him. He landed on the ground and began running towards the ruin. He didn't plan on fighting that giant monster. He hoped that once he got there, it would be gone, and if it wasn't, he would just have to wait until it did leave. But he quickly skidded to a stop when danger sense stabbed his head. He looked in front of him to see other monsters walk in front of him. It was taller, had much more bone armor, and looked much angrier. And all that anger was directed towards him and him alone. But what did Izuku do? He'd never seen this creature before. But it did look similar to the monsters he'd just fought. This was the Alpha, wasn't it? Did your sister just fall from the sky? Blake asked her confused partner, who was looking over to where Ruby and John landed. Yang opened her mouth to say something, but stopped when Nora came crashing through the trees, riding an Ursa with a smile on her face. Yee-haw! She yelled out. Blasts of pink energy slammed into the Ursa from behind, causing it to collapse, dead. Nora rolled of the creature and pouted. Ah, it's broken. Ren caught up with the hyperactive girl and doubled over, trying to catch his breath. Nora, please don't ever do that again. He begged, but when he looked up, his friend and partner was already inside the ruins. Nora held up a black rook and began singing, I'm the queen of the castle. I'm the queen of the castle. Nora, coming Ren. Nora gleefully shouted before running back to her friend. Did that girl just ride in on an Ursa? Blake asked. Yang opened her mouth to answer, but was again interrupted. This time by Pyrrha running out of the forest. A death stalker hot on her heels. She looked ahead and saw John in the trees. John. She yelled out. Pyrrha. John yelled back. Whoa, Ruby. John yelled to the girl right next to him, causing her to block her ears. Ruby. Yang questioned. Ruby leapt off the branch she and John were on and skillfully rolled onto the ground before running towards Yang. The two were about to hug, but before they did, Nora popped up between them. Nora. She exclaimed. The two sisters stumbled backwards. Yang was stressed out. So much was happening at once, and she wasn't getting any time to process it. Maybe now she could try and piece everything together. Did that girl just run here with a death stalker on her tail? Blake asked. That did it. Yang's hair exploded into flames as her eyes turned blood red. I can't take any more. Can everyone just chill out for 2 seconds before something crazy happens again? She shouted out in frustration. Once 2 seconds passed, Ruby patted Yang's back, causing her eyes and hair to return to normal. Ruby pointed upwards. Everyone followed where she was pointing and saw Weiss still holding onto the Nevermore's claws. How could you leave me? The white-haired girl yelled to her partner below. She's gonna fall, Blake predicted. Ruby looked at the girl and shook her head. She's not going to fall. She's falling, Ren commented, making Ruby's face turn pale. Just before Weiss splattered onto the ground, John jumped out of the tree he was in and caught her in his arms before they both landed on the ground. John landed face first and Weiss landed on his back. My hero, she said sarcastically while John groaned about his back. While this was happening, Pyrrha was still being chased by the Death Stalker, but was able to jump onto its swinging pincers and use that to launch herself to the ground, but in doing so, the Grimm's focus shifted from just her to the whole group. Great, Yang exclaimed sarcastically, now all we need is Izuku and the gang will be complete. Izuku, want to come out and die with us? We won't die. Not if I can help it, RWBY told her sister before rushing at the Deathstalker screaming. RWBY, wait, Yang screamed. RWBY fired a shot at the Grim whilst running towards it. RWBY then swung Crescent Rose at the Deathstalker, but it simply shrugged off the blow and hit her away. She landed on the ground with a thud. The Nevermore above them launched spike-like feathers at her, one pinning her hood down, preventing her from moving. RWBY, get out of there, Yang cried out. I'm trying. The scorpion-like Grim moved closer and closer, as if to taunt the girl. It lined its stinger up for a killing blow. RWBY, Yang screamed out. A white blur ran past the group and encased the Grim in ice. You are so childish, Weiss scolded, standing in front of RWBY, and dim-witted, and hyperactive, and don't even get me started on your fighting style. And I suppose I can be a little difficult, she muttered, but if we're going to do this, we're going to have to do this together. So if you quit trying to show off, I'll be nicer. I'm not trying to show off, RWBY whispered, downtrodden, I just want to prove to you I can do this. Weiss gave RWBY a once-over before nodding her head and turning away. You're fine. RWBY let out a sigh she didn't know she was holding and clasped her hands together. Normal knees, she whispered to herself. Standing up, she came face to face with the still frozen Deathstalker as it struggled to escape. She let out a yelp before quickly moving away from it. Yang rushed towards RWBY and enveloped her into a giant bear hug. I'm so happy you're okay. I hate to be the one to break this up, but that thing's circling back. He shouted, pointing to the Nevermore. What are we going to do? Look, there's no use in dilly-dallying, our objective is right in front of us. Weiss told the blonde, pointing to the 3 remaining relics. RWBY and Yang quickly stood beside the group. She's right. RWBY nodded. Our mission is to grab an artifact and make it back to the cliffs. There's no point in fighting these things. Run and live. John hummed with a smile. That's an idea I can get behind. RWBY ran over and grabbed a golden knight, similar to the one Yang picked up. While John picked out a golden rook like the one Nora picked up. The Deathstalker behind them continued to struggle, the ice cracking slowly. It's time we left, Ren stated. Right, RWBY nodded. She motioned for everyone to follow her and ran off. Let's go. Everyone ran with RWBY, except Yang and Blake. The latter looking at the former, who was watching RWBY with a warm smile. What is it? Blake asked. Nothing. Yang replied. The Alpha howled at him before charging the boy, hoping to land a fatal slash. It wasn't prepared for the boy to jump to the side with remarkable speed. He sent a punch to the creature, sending it flying through a bunch of trees. But unlike the rest of its pack, the Alpha got back up quickly before launching back into battle. This one is tougher than the others, Izuku noticed, watching as the Alpha Beowulf got closer and closer. But he also noticed that his attack did do some damage to the creature. If he could just get a few well-placed hits, the fight would be over. 4 strands of black whip sprouted out of his back and pushed up against the ground, causing Izuku to rise into the air and dodge the attack. The Grim turned around and watched as 2 tendrils lifted off the ground and shot towards it. It dived to the left, narrowly avoiding one of the tendrils before the second one landed directly onto it with such force it kicked up a dust cloud. Izuku lowered himself down and waited. After a few seconds, danger sense spiked. Izuku held his arms out to the side. Black whip shot out of his wrists and wrapped around 2 trees. He grabbed the strands of the energy tendrils, before crossing his arms. The Alpha emerged from the dust just as the trees were ripped out of the ground. They slammed into the monster with incredible force. It howled in pain before pushing the trees off of it and running towards Izuku, but this time with a noticeable limp. He ran towards the Grim and jumped into the air, trying to aim a devastating kick. But the Alpha grabbed his leg and flung him towards a tree. Izuku twisted his body around and positioned himself to hit the tree feet first. He adjusted his weight and landed on the tree without it breaking. Then he kicked off it and zoomed over to another tree before repeating the action. The Alpha looked around. It could barely tell where the boy was. He was flying around the trees so fast that the Grim was only able to sometimes catch a glimpse of a green blur. Izuku kept his momentum and increased upon it, going faster and faster until he reached his limit. Then he shot towards the Alpha and let loose a powerful kick. A loud crack reverberated through the forest as the Alpha stumbled back, holding a claw up to its skull-like face. When it moved its hand, Izuku could see his attack had left a giant crack, running from the top right of its skull down to the bottom left of its jaw. It was clearly dazed from the attack, and Izuku wasn't going to let the creature get its bearings. He tried to punch it again, but the Alpha grabbed his hand. He tried using his other hand, but the Beowulf grabbed that one as well. The Alpha tried putting all of its remaining strength into overpowering the boy, but it began to feel fear as the boy's body would not budge. Slowly Izuku began moving forward, pushing the Grim back. It tried to dig its claws into the ground, but even that wasn't enough. The boy let out a yell before heaving the Grim over his shoulder and slamming it onto the ground. The Alpha, dazed and weak, tried to get up, but Izuku stood over the creature and pushed his foot against its chest. The creature wasn't staying down or giving up, as it tried to lift up its arms to claw at his legs. Black Whip shot out of his arms and held the monster's arms down onto the ground. Izuku thought about what he should do. The creature wasn't staying down, and the second stopped using Black Whip, it would just try and attack him again. Just imagine them as nothing more than flies. Izuku flinched before he took a deep breath in through his nose. He raised his hand up into the air. His fist clenched tightly as One for All increased to 45%. He looked down at the creature, and behind its skull-like mask, he could see an emotion all too familiar. Fear. They're just animals. His pupils began to move around quickly. They're just monsters. His breathing became erratic. But they're living beings. His fist started to shake. And if I take away their life, I'll be just like a... Taking one final breath, Izuku let out a guttural scream before sending his fist down onto the ground besides the Alpha. Before his fist impacted with the ground, he quickly turned One for All back down to 15%. Wind and dust was kicked up from the force of the impact, and a few nearby trees were uprooted and sent flying away. The Beowulf looked at Izuku before kicking him off and jumping back. It looked him up and down before retreating. The boy was way too strong, and it felt the power increase in the boy's fist when he prepared for the final blow. He had been holding back on it. He had been toying with it. Izuku watched as the Alpha ran off. He didn't go after it, as he had no reason to. Danger sense had turned off when it looked up at him in fear. Danger sense hadn't gone off when it kicked him off of it. It was no longer trying to attack him, it was just trying to escape, and Izuku was fine with that. He looked at his still clenched fist and uncurled it. He let out a deep sigh and shook his head. He knew there was a chance that he'd have to kill Shigaraki, but he didn't want to. A great hero was one who saved others, not killed. But this fight only proved to him that, even if it was completely necessary, he wasn't capable of taking a life. With a heavy heart, Izuku turned around and ran towards the temple, praying he didn't have another encounter. He wasn't in the mood to deal with anything else. The group ran through the emerald forest, trying to make it to the cliff. Jumping over fallen logs and ducking under branches, they saw the end of the forest. Running out of it, they found themselves staring at a giant ruin. It looked almost like a destroyed castle. Hearing the Nevermore catching up to them, they all hid behind some stone pillars. The Grim flew over where they were hiding and rested atop one of the towers and let out a loud caw. "Well, that's just great," Yang said, sarcasm evident in her voice. John heard the faint sound of something crashing behind him. He turned around and squinted his eyes. They shot wide open when he realized the Death Stalker Weiss had frozen was running towards them, knocking trees down as it rammed through them. "Run!" he shouted. The group ran out of their hiding spot, prompting the Nevermore to rise into the air. "Nora, distract it," Ren commanded. A grin arose on Nora's face and she began to run towards the Nevermore. The creature shot its feathers at the girl in response. She dodged the attack before pulling a grenade launcher off her back and firing a few shots. The shots exploded into pink energy. While she was distracting the Nevermore, Ren and Blake charged the Grim. They slashed at its shell, hoping to do some kind of damage, but the Grim looked to be unaffected by their attacks. Pyrrha and Ren tried their luck at the Death Stalker, but failed as well. The large creature began to rush them. Everyone quickly ran onto a nearby bridge, but they were so preoccupied with the Death Stalker, they failed to notice the Nevermore preparing an attack. It flew down and used its wings to destroy part of the bridge, separating the group. RWBY, Weiss, Blake, and Yang were on one side and Ren, Nora, Pyrrha, and John were on the other. The groups then turned their focus onto the Grims in front of them. This would be the battle to decide it all. John could feel something rumble, and it definitely wasn't his stomach. He first noticed it when the bridge crumbled, a slight tremor on his side, but it wasn't anything too concerning. But as they continued to fight the Death Stalker, the rumbling ramped up in intensity. So when John turned his head to see part of the bridge falling into the crevice below them, he panicked. "We gotta move," he yelled out. Everyone quickly understood why he shouted that and tried to make it past the Death Stalker, but it swung at Pyrrha, prompting her to raise her shield to deflect the attack. It tried again with its other claw, but John quickly put himself between his partner and the claw. He expanded his shield and blocked the attack, allowing Pyrrha to slash its claws. Ren quickly tried shooting the creature before dodging to the left as its stinger slammed down where he once stood. The bridge rumbled, it wouldn't be able to take much more of this. Ren tried shooting all over its body, hoping to locate a weak point. When one of his shots hit its tail, the Death Stalker roared in pain before it smacked Ren away, sending him flying into a wall behind it. He landed onto the ground, away from the bridge. John looked at where Ren had shot and noticed its stinger was damaged and barely hanging onto its body. "Pyrrha," he shouted. "Done," she yelled back. Chucking her shield at the creature, it severed the stinger before bouncing off its body and back towards her. The stinger fell onto the creature's head. "Nora, nail it," he commanded. Nora ran towards Pyrrha, who readied her shield. "Heads up," she shouted before jumping onto the shield. She jumped off it as Pyrrha pushed up, sending her high into the air. A feral grin arose on her face as she blasted herself downwards and slammed her hammer into the stinger, sending it deep into the Death Stalker's skull. The resounding force caused the bridge to crumble. She quickly boosted off the Death Stalker's corpse and the three began to run towards the land, the bridge crumbling behind them. They made it onto the land just before the bridge fully collapsed. John collapsed onto his back as Ren stumbled over to the group before passing out and falling down besides the blonde. "So, what are we going to do about that?" RWBY asked, pointing to the Nevermore in the sky. "Simple. We hit it with everything we've got," Yang exclaimed before firing shots from her gauntlet at the Nevermore. One by one, the girls began unloading their ammunition at the Nevermore, hoping to bring it down, but the Grim just shrugged off their bullets. The monster crashed into the building they were standing on and it began to crumble. They quickly climbed and jumped upwards, not wanting to fall into the crevice below. Soon, they reached the top, but the Nevermore kept tanking their shots. "Nothing's working," Weiss screamed in frustration. RWBY looked around and saw Blake had finally climbed up to the top whilst Yang continued to fire non-stop at the Nevermore. An idea popped into her mind. It was insane, but it would probably work. "I have an idea, cover me," she told Weiss before blasting herself off her platform. The Nevermore swooped down and flew towards Yang, who was still trying to damage it. Once it got close enough, she jumped off her pillar. The Grim opened its mouth and attempted to swallow the girl, but Yang grabbed its mouth and held it open whilst firing rounds into the Nevermore's throat. "I hope you're hungry," Yang screamed. Noticing the Nevermore was heading directly towards a cliffside, Yang jumped off and watched as the creature crashed into the cliff. It tried to fly back up, but Weiss froze its tail to the cliff before a snowflake-like glyph formed under her. She jumped away from the Nevermore. Blake grabbed the ribbon on her gamble shroud before throwing the rest of her weapon to Yang. The ribbon extended and created a sling. RWBY jumped onto it and Weiss used her glyph to pull her back. "Of course you'd come up with something like this," Weiss commented. "Do you think you can make this shot?" RWBY asked, ignoring the jab. Weiss huffed. "Can I?" she arrogantly said. A few seconds passed before RWBY turned to her. "Can. Of course I can." Weiss released her glyph, sending RWBY rocketing towards the Nevermore. She fired a few shots out of her scythe, giving her a small speed boost. The scythe's blade caught Nevermore's neck, sending them flying into the cliff. Weiss used her glyphs on the cliff, preventing RWBY from falling off. The hooded girl ran up the cliff, dragging the Nevermore with her until she reached the top and yanked the scythe upwards with all her strength. The Nevermore screamed as the blade sliced through its neck before decapitating the creature. John watched the Nevermore's body fall from where he'd fought the Death Stalker. Wow, he breathed out. Young walked up beside Weiss with Blake right behind her. They all looked up to the top of the cliff at RWBY, who was looking down at them. Well, that was a thing, Young smiled. Thankfully, Izuku didn't encounter anything on his way to the temple. So when he arrived, he was feeling a little bit better. Walking into the temple, he found 13 podiums in a semicircle. He remembered there being a lot more applicants, so he guessed only a certain amount of people were allowed to enroll each year. Just like UA, Izuku thought. He began looking around the podiums, trying to find one of the relics. Luckily, on the far right, there was one relic left. He walked up to it before picking it up and examining it. It didn't seem like anything special, but he needed to bring something back, then so be it. He'd bring back the Green Knight. Ozpin watched Izuku run back towards the cliffside with a frown. The boy was interesting. He had so much negativity inside of him. So much that until the pairs started meeting up, many of the Grimms seemed attracted to him. But while he had so much negativity, he also had so much humanity. He didn't kill the Grimm even when he was in the perfect position to take its life. He wasn't going to lie to himself. He was slightly disappointed that he was not able to kill the monster, but after thinking for a few moments, it made sense to him. The boy was from a world with heroes and villains, and unless they killed the villains in his world, it was only natural the boy wouldn't be capable of taking a life. The only reason the students were able to kill Grimm was because they'd grown up being taught it was okay to kill them. But it seemed Glinda was less interested in the mentality of the boy, and more in the fact that he didn't have something the other students did. Does the boy even have any aura? He showed no signs of it. She asked. I am unsure, Ozpin claimed. Any living being with a soul should be able to generate aura. But it takes time to unlock it and practice to properly use it. Maybe Mr. Midoriya has never been aware as to what aura is or how to unlock it. So we'll have to train him on how to use aura, Glinda muttered to herself, writing down a reminder of a small notepad she had tucked into her pocket. So I assume Mr. Midoriya will be enrolled into our school. But the question remains about the team situation. He found a partner. I already know what to do about that situation, so do not worry, Ozpin reassured her before his voice turned deathly serious. However, something caught my attention when watching him. It has left me puzzled. What is it? She asked. Ozpin said nothing. Instead he rewound the video of the tape, tuned it up to max volume, before passing it to her. She pressed play on the video before watching it play out. The boy walked through the forest slowly and carefully, seemingly assessing his situation. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, until his voice spoke out. The boy said with a tone that left no room for argument. A few moments passed before the boy froze in place before turning his head to face the air. Do yet. Durika ga shinrai dekiru ka du ka o shiru ni wa du serba yoidasu ka. A few more moments passed before the boy ran off. Ozpin paused the video before turning to face Glinda, who looked incredibly disturbed. He voiced his question to the woman. Who was he talking to? Ozpin waited by the cliffs patiently. He had Glinda take them to the auditorium for the results. But he wasn't going to go with them. He wanted to speak to Izuku about a few things. He caught a glimpse of a green blur running through the forest before it exited his vision as it ran towards the base of the cliff. After a few seconds, something jumped up and landed right beside him with a thud. Izuku stood up and looked around to see they were completely alone. Where's everyone else? He asked defensively. Gone. They've all left and are heading towards the auditorium for the final results. And I believe we should head back ourselves, Ozpin stated before turning around. Come. Walk with me. Izuku followed the man as they walked back towards Beacon. He stayed on guard, watching the man out of the corner of his eyes. Ozpin noticed the subtle glances Izuku was sending his way, but didn't comment on it. Instead, he decided to ask a boy a few questions. How did you find the exam? I saw you were able to defeat the Grimm in a matter of seconds. I don't know. It was easy, I guess. He mumbled, shrugging his shoulders. I did notice you didn't kill them. Even though you were in the perfect position to do so. Ozpin commented. I don't kill, Izuku stated, even though they do not have souls. Ozpin curiously asked, wanting to probe the boy a bit more to find out how his mind worked. Even if they don't have souls, they have lives. If I kill something living that does not have a soul, I'm still taking a life. Izuku reasoned. A hero incapacitates and captures villains. A hero doesn't kill unless absolutely necessary, and I didn't see a reason to end their lives. Ozpin hummed. The boy's reasoning was sound, but his mind was too fixated on the fact that his people didn't kill. If the boy was going to stay here for a while, he'd need to learn that killing Grim wasn't an atrocious act. But the fact he wasn't willing to kill was also a good sign. The boy must have a high amount of empathy to feel the Grim should be alive. So even though the boy might act cold, he still had a big heart. But Ozpin also needed to know his mind was structurally sound. Do you talk to yourself often? Ozpin asked. The cameras picked up your voice speaking out loud with no one in sight. Why was that? He carefully studied the boy's eyes, looking for any sort of reaction. His face was covered by his cowl and respirator. If it wasn't, he'd be able to see Izuku's teeth were clenched tightly in frustration. Crap, Izuku thought. Ozpin had told them the staff would be watching, that's why he kept his respirator and cowl on. If by any chance the vestiges would come and talk to him, he needed a way to speak to them without anyone seeing his mouth move. But he never accounted for microphones. How could he be so stupid? He had to think of a way out of this that didn't paint him as completely insane. I sometimes mutter and talk to myself, he slowly admitted, coming up with the words on the spot. If he hesitated, it would paint him as a liar. It helps me concentrate. My classmates have told me it can look kinda creepy, so I understand if you think it's weird. He finished. He mentally prayed that the man would take the bait and leave him alone. And as if a higher deity heard his thoughts, the man nodded. That is understandable. I sometimes talk to myself to clear my mind. Ozpin agreed with what Izuku had just said. The costumed boy mentally sighed in relief, but unfortunately he couldn't see inside of Ozpin's head. Because if he could, he would learn that the man didn't fully believe him. Ozpin knew Izuku was lying. Even though he had no clue what the boy said, he could translate his tone. He started off annoyed, arguing with something. No. He was arguing with someone. But then he became hesitant, as if he was unsure of what to do. Ozpin would have thought he was working with her if he hadn't kept a close eye on Izuku since he arrived. He never interacted with anyone outside of a few students, Glinda, and himself. So he could thankfully rule out that possibility. But that still left many potential theories. But as they approached Beacon, Ozpin tucked that thought away for later. Ozpin put his left hand on the boy's shoulder and felt him tense up. It would be in your best interest to take off your mask. He advised randomly, first impressions are always the most important, and I'm sure you wouldn't want the other students to be scared of you during your stay. Izuku only hummed in acknowledgement before shrugging off the man's hands and quickly walking away, not entirely comfortable with how that conversation turned out. Ozpin watched him leave with a frown. The boy didn't trust him, nor anyone else from what he'd seen so far. And in order to help the boy, he'd need to break down his walls. He knew that he wouldn't be able to help the boy. He wouldn't have enough time to help the Izuku, but maybe the students his age could. And hopefully, they could also help him further his hidden power. Ozpin looked at his left hand with a small smile. When he rested his hand on the boy's shoulder he looked for it, and he didn't need to search far. It was gigantic, possibly 8 or 9 people's worth. But when he tried pulling that power out, he found that it was already unlocked. The only problem was that there was only a small amount of usable energy. If he had to guess, he'd say only 5% had been unlocked. It wasn't much, but it was something. He just needed the boy to train and soon he should unlock the rest of his power. But Ozpin just needed to take one step at a time. This was already a big achievement, and possibly one of the most important ones. And the boy had already done it before coming into this world. Izuku Midoriya had aura. Izuku stood at the back of the auditorium, watching as Ozpin announced all the students who passed. There weren't many. Most of the students from the airship were not here, meaning they probably failed the exam. He guessed this ceremony wasn't to tell the students who passed, but more a ceremony to tell the students who they'd be teaming with. After another team left, Ozpin spoke into the mic. Russell Thrush, Carden Winchester, Dove Bronzewing, and Sky Lark. A group of 4 boys proudly made their way up to the stage. A video of the boys taking down a few ursas showed up on the giant screen behind them along with their photos. From this day forward, you'll be known as Team CRDL. Led by Cardin Winchester, everyone, minus Izuku, clapped and cheered as the boys made their way off the stage and blended back into the crowd. John Arc, Lai Ren, Pira Nikos, and Nora Valkyrie. Izuku watched as the group walked to the stage. So John did pass. Good for him, Izuku thought, trying to ignore the happiness swelling inside of him. A video of the group fighting and killing the Death Stalker played. Izuku visibly winced when he saw Nora slam the stinger deep into the scorpion-like creature's skull. From this day forward, you'll be known as Team JNPR. Led by John Arc. Led by. John stuttered in shock. Congratulations, young man, Ozpin nodded to John. Pira grinned and playfully bumped John's shoulder. John wasn't prepared for this and yelped and he was knocked onto his butt. The audience laughed and clapped as John got up and the team walked back into the crowd. Blake Belladonna, Ruby Rose, Weiss Schnee, and Yang Xiaolong. As the girls walked up to the stage, Izuku watched the fight play on the screen. He wouldn't admit it, but deep inside he was happy that Ruby, Blake and Yang passed. He again winced as he watched the Nevermore get decapitated. From this day forward, you'll be known as Team RWBY. Led by Ruby Rose. Weiss' expression turned into one of surprise as she turned towards Ruby, who looked shocked. Yang ran over and hugged her half-sister in joy. The group walked back into the crowd. And finally, Izuku Midoriya. The audience waited for Ozpin to continue to list the other students, but were shocked when he didn't. The crowd began to part like the Red Sea as Izuku walked towards the stage. He'd taken Ozpin's advice and removed his cowl and respirator. The students looked a little bit scared at his outfit, but not as scared as they did when he showed up on the cliff. He walked up onto the stage and stood there, looking out at the students. He saw Ruby and John looked at him with big smiles on their faces. Yang had a grin and Blake had a small smile. A video of Izuku fighting all the Beowulfs single-handedly played. The crowd whispered to one another in awe. That many Beowulfs would be a small problem for a team, but this boy managed to destroy them all with ease. While you managed to obtain a relic, you did not find a partner, Ozpin announced. But this is a favorable outcome. Since you're leaving soon, we won't have to rid a team of one of their members. Hushed whispers arose out of the crowd. What did the headmaster mean by leaving soon? Why would the boy even apply if he wasn't going to stay? Ozpin turned to Izuku and gestured to the mic. Would you like to tell them why? Or would you rather keep it to yourself? Izuku internally debated on what to do. He could say nothing, or he could come clean. He weighed the risks of both actions and found that they both didn't have many risks. If he said he was from this world, people would think he was stupid and mock him. If he did say he was from another world, they would probably bug him about what it was like in his world. But no matter what, he wouldn't stay for a long time, so whatever decision he made here wouldn't really matter in the long run. But he did see one positive in one of his options. If he said he wasn't from this world, then it would explain why he had no clue as to what anything from Remnant was. And so, Izuku walked forward and took Ozpin's place. I am not from this world. He spoke into the microphone. A few laughs arose from the crowd as they thought the boy was joking, but the expression Izuku and Ozpin shared quickly shut them up. Silence filled the auditorium as everyone was trying to comprehend what was just said. Ruby and Yang didn't react as they already knew. Weiss' eyes squinted at the boy, not fully believing what was being said. Blake turned her head back and forth between Izuku and Yang, remembering what the girl was going to blurt out before stopping herself. John was one of the people who laughed, thinking this was a joke, but his eyes quickly widened when he took a look at Izuku and Ozpin's faces. Pira's jaw dropped before she quickly closed her mouth. Ren looked confused, and Nora silently giggled, still thinking this was a practical joke. Ozpin motioned for the boy to continue, and so he did, albeit with a sigh. I was thrown into this world by a man wanting to take over my world. I'm only staying here. Professor Ozpin can find a way home for me. Izuku stepped away from the mic. That was all they really needed to know about him. Sure, that short statement might make the students want to know more, but Izuku could just ignore them. Ozpin stepped back towards the mic and addressed the shell-shocked students. Classes will begin tomorrow. So I suggest you all go to sleep. The scroll we provided for you will inform you of where you and the rest of your team are staying. Make sure to get a good night's sleep. You'll need it." And with that, Ozpin walked off the stage, but as he did he motioned for Izuku to follow him. Ozpin directed Izuku into a lone hallway. "You understand that the students will want to learn more about you, correct?" he asked Izuku. Izuku nodded his head. "Maybe, but I won't have to tell them anything," he pointed out. No, you do not," Ozpin nodded, "but I wanted to talk to you about a few things." Izuku straightened up, hoping that it would be about Ozpin's progress on getting him home. Unfortunately, it wasn't. "While you won't be in a team, we at Beacon like for our students to work together. So if a student is sick or unable to participate in missions, you'll take their place until they have recovered," Ozpin informed him. Izuku didn't like that. The more people he had to team up with just meant more trouble for him when he left. Ozpin noticed the sour look on the boy's face and quickly added, "You won't be jumping between teams if that's what you were worried about. You are only staying with one team." "What team?" Izuku asked. "There were gold and black chess pieces on the podiums, with the exception of your piece. You picked up the green knight, but another team picked up the gold and black knight pieces. Whichever team obtained those pieces will be the one you will be assigned to," Ozpin explained. Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but Ozpin interrupted him. "Before I forget, I would like to give this to you." Izuku watched as Ozpin reached into his pocket and fished out something white. It was rectangular with curved corners and a yellow diamond in the middle. Izuku took the item from Ozpin and examined it. "What is this?" he asked, forgetting about his previous question about who he was staying with. "Press the diamond," Ozpin instructed him with a smile. Izuku did as he was told, albeit hesitantly. His finger pressed the diamond with a click. The device split in two and expanded as a hologram appeared between the two grips. A loading circle appeared on the translucent panel that was soon replaced by a row of icons, but before that showed up, a line of text showed up. "Welcome Izuku Midoriya." "Whoa," Izuku breathed out, his voice sounded impressed and amazed instead of the usual cold and dull tone. A small smile came to Ozpin's face as he noticed the change in Izuku's voice. "That is a scroll. It is a multi-purpose device that can be used for a variety of things. Identification, communication, and other things which you can figure out yourself. It's also a key, as you'll need it to unlock and enter your dorm." He described the device. "It's kinda like my phone, but much more advanced," Izuku thought. He quickly schooled his expression and tried to swallow down all the questions he had about the device. "Thank you," he whispered. He still didn't trust the man, but he wasn't going to be rude. "That's quite all right, young man. You're a part of your school now, even if your stay is only temporary," Ozpin said. He looked out the window and saw the sun was setting, so he turned back to Izuku. "I think it might be time for you to head to your dorm and get some rest. Your possessions are already there waiting for you." "I don't know where my dorm is though," Izuku pointed out. "There is a map on the scroll. You should be able to find your dorm by following it." "May I?" Ozpin asked. Izuku handed him the scroll and he flipped it around. He brought up the map and handed it back to Izuku, who did not flip it around. He was about to point it out when Izuku thanked him and walked away, heading in the completely wrong direction. Glinda walked by him and stood next to Ozpin. Was he holding his scroll upside down? She questioned. Yes he was, Ozpin confirmed her suspicions. Should we tell him? He should figure it out eventually. Izuku wandered around the school holding his scroll. None of this made sense. He probably should have been in the dormitories by now. But his surroundings didn't match with the map. He felt something tap his shoulder lightly. His body locked up and he almost went to punch whatever touched him, but he quickly realized danger sense wasn't going off. Slowly, he turned around and came face to face with a girl. She looked completely normal. Long brown hair, brown eyes. But what caught Izuku's attention were the rabbit ears sticking out of her head. Sorry, she meekly apologized, noticing the harsh and serious look on his face. I couldn't help but notice you seemed lost. Izuku focused on her ears for a few seconds before looking at her. This was a surprise, but not a giant one. He was used to seeing people with unique features. I'm fine, he lied. I don't need any help. 9th, Izuku saw Nana appear beside the girl, her voice stern. Izuku breathed heavily out of his nose before looking back at the girl. I don't know where I'm going. The map keeps leading me in the wrong direction, he claimed, showing the girl his scroll. When she began silently giggling, Izuku knew he'd done something stupid. And he was proven right when she pointed out what he was doing wrong. You've been holding it upside down. She giggled. Izuku didn't say a word. He flipped the scroll upside down and saw that his location now matched up with what was being shown. Wow, I can't do anything right, can I? He mentally cursed himself. Thank you, he mumbled. That's okay, she smiled. A ringtone rang out from her pocket. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a scroll that looked exactly like his. Oh, my team leader needs me. I need to go. It was nice meeting you, she said before quickly running off, leaving Izuku alone in the middle of the hallway. He looked at his scroll and turned around, beginning his small journey to find his dorm. After around 10 minutes of walking, he finally found his dorm. He turned the doorknob, but found it was locked. Looking to the side, he saw a small black square. Remembering what Ozpin told him, he held up his scroll and heard a small beep. He tried the doorknob again and found that it was unlocked. He didn't open the door, instead he stayed outside pondering what was inside. Ozpin mentioned that he would be staying with a team, but the man never told him who he was staying with. He wasn't really excited to share a dorm with complete strangers, but he didn't really have other options. And so with a deep breath, Izuku opened the door. Team RWBY stood around the 5th bed in their bedroom. They were confused. The dorms were supposed to only have 4 beds for 4 people. It was already a bit cramped. 4 beds were placed in the corners of the room, with the 5th bed opposite the closet door, resting underneath the window. So, does anyone know why we have a spare bed? RWBY questioned. She knew a lot about Beacon, but she didn't know everything. So this might be a mistake, or just a regular thing Beacon did. We shouldn't have 5 beds, Blake stated. Okay. Then who does it belong to? Weiss asked. The sound of their door opening prompted them to turn their heads. Izuku walked in and froze when he saw the 4 girls. They stared at each other in silence. After a few moments, Izuku walked backwards and slowly closed the door. That was enough for them to snap out of their stupor. I think we found who the 5th bed belongs to, Yang joked with a mischievous smile. No, I refuse, Weiss shouted before walking over to the door and yanking it open. She walked out into the hallway to see Izuku sitting beside the door, his head in his hands. How did you get into our room? She demanded. With my scroll, Izuku muttered softly, not moving his head out of his hands to look up at her. Prove it. Izuku slowly got up and held his scroll up to the door and Weiss heard the small beep. She doubted the scrolls would be programmed to let anyone into someone else's dorm room, so Izuku was meant to be here. Why are you here? She asked, the bite in her voice no longer present, replaced instead by confusion. Ozpin said I was a backup to whatever team grabbed the same piece as me, Izuku claimed. Weiss stared at him. That didn't make sense. He couldn't have grabbed the same piece as them. RWBY grabbed the Black Knight. The white one wasn't there because either Yang or Blake had grabbed it. But there was one more piece. A green knight. Oh, you've got to be joking. Stay here, she ordered the boy before walking back into her dorms. So what's the deal? Yang asked, now laying on her bed. He says he's now a backup to our team because he grabbed the same piece as us, Weiss relayed Izuku's words. Blake nodded from her bed. Makes sense. There was a green knight piece, so he must have grabbed that, she said, flipping the page of the book she was reading. How are you all okay with this? Weiss exclaimed. Well, we kinda knew this was a possibility. Yang shrugged. All the dorms are co-ed, so there was a high chance we'd be living with a boy. She explained. How about we vote? RWBY suggested. All in favor of Izuku staying with us say aye. Aye. Yang agreed with a smirk. Izuku was fun to tease, plus he wasn't bad looking either. So that was a double win in her book. Aye. Blake agreed. Izuku wasn't loud and obnoxious, plus she enjoyed his company, so she saw no reason for him to not stay with them. Aye. RWBY nodded. Izuku was cool, and she wanted to learn more about him. Weiss hesitated. She didn't want to share a room with a boy who wasn't even fully a part of their team. But she couldn't just evict the boy just because she was uncomfortable. Plus he wasn't going to be staying there for long. Not to mention if he tried something, it was 4 against 1. So begrudgingly she agreed. A giant smile appeared on RWBY's face as she opened the door and dragged Izuku inside. "Welcome to your new home, Izuku." She smiled. "You'll be staying with us." The girls watched as Izuku's cold and serious expression faded into a more embarrassed look. He kept his eyes glued to his feet, not wanting to look at any of the girls. So, he stuttered, "Why, you're all fine with me staying here." "Of course," RWBY answered. Izuku nodded and changed his expression back into his regular one, although the blush still remained. He bowed to the girls. "Thank you for having me," he said, trying and failing to ignore the fact he was living in the same room as 4 pretty girls. "If I may, can you tell us what your world is like?" That was when Izuku's blush disappeared and his face turned into a grimace. His mind flashed through images of his classmates dead and he shook his head. They weren't dead. If they were, All Might's vestige would have fully formed in his mind. But those visions could become true since he wasn't back in his world. "I don't want to talk about it," he said with a cold tone. The quick change of attitude unnerved the girls. Izuku turned away from them and moved towards the walk-in closet to get change out of his costume and the clothes Glinda gave him. "What's with him?" Weiss asked, looking at the door. "From what he's told me, and that isn't much, his world isn't in a great state right now. It might hurt him to think about what's happening back in his world without him," RWBY suggested, although she wasn't sure she was right. He barely told them anything. So when Izuku came back into the room, wearing more casual clothes, the girls said nothing as he got into his bed and shut his eyes. And after a few minutes, they did the exact same thing. RWBY awoke to the sound of their bedroom door shutting. She slowly sat up and rubbed her eyes before looking over to the clock. Who was up at 2 a.m.? She slowly got out of her bed and looked around the room. All of her teammates were still asleep in their beds, so that left one person. She slowly left the warmth of her bed and walked out to the hallway. She caught a glimpse of someone looking down to their scroll and following it. Slowly, she tiptoed after the figure cloaked in shadows. She followed him upwards until she came to a door. Taking a deep breath in, she opened it and immediately regretted it. The cold air blew against her face. She was on one of the balconies. And just up ahead was Izuku, leaning on the railing and looking up to the sky, lost in his own mind. "Izuku," she called out. Izuku turned around at breakneck speeds with wide eyes, but he quickly relaxed when he saw RWBY and turned back towards the moon. "Hi, Rose," he greeted her. "What are you doing?" she asked, walking up and standing next to him. "Couldn't sleep," he replied. RWBY followed Izuku's eyesight to the moon's and spoke up. "The moon is beautiful, isn't it?" Izuku accidentally inhaled some of his saliva out of shock before coughing violently. RWBY let out a small eep before running over to Izuku and slapping him on the back. If it worked when they were being interrogated, it should work again. Once the coughing subsided, Izuku turned to face her, his face covered in a heavy blush. What did you just say?" he asked, his voice a mixture of shock and panic. "I just said the moon is beautiful." "Why?" RWBY questioned. Izuku had to remind himself that RWBY didn't know his language. So once he did that, his blush went away and he returned to his normal expression. "Sorry. In my tongue it means something else," Izuku admitted. "What does it mean?" RWBY tilted her head. Izuku wasn't about to tell her that saying, "The moon is beautiful, isn't it?" meant "I love you" in Japanese, so he shook his head. "It's nothing important." "Don't worry about it." RWBY nodded her head and the two stood there in silence, staring at the moon. She really wanted to ask Izuku a question that had been bothering her since they'd met, but she'd never found the right moment to ask him about it. So she mustered up all her courage and asked the question. "Are we friends, Izuku?" RWBY asked. Izuku turned and looked at her before looking back to the moon, not answering her question. She was hurt by his silence. "Is that a no? Am I too annoying? Do I bother you? If so, I can stop." Izuku listened to all her words and clenched his teeth. Should he really open up to RWBY and tell her? She's been nothing but nice to him since they'd met. But how could Izuku know if she was truly trustworthy? "You just need to trust your heart." Nana's words swam around in his mind. corrupting his thoughts and turning them into new ones. He looked RWBY up and down before sighing. He shouldn't be doing this, but he was going to anyway. It's not you. It's me, he admitted. RWBY was taken aback at that answer. I don't want to make friends here because I'm not going to stay here forever. My world needs me and I'll have to leave Remnant. All the friends I could make here, I'll never see them again. And the more friends I make, the harder it will be for me to leave this world. So that's why I don't want to make friends. I don't want to leave and hurt their feelings and my own. Izuku finished, looking away in shame. He wasn't sure what to expect RWBY to say or do after his confession, but he didn't expect her to hug him. He made a weird sound as the smaller girl hugged him tighter. Why did you do that? Izuku asked with a small blush after she pulled away. You looked like you needed one. RWBY smiled back. I kinda got it. I had to leave my friends from Signal. I can write to them, but the letters take time to reach them, and we might grow apart. But even then, I can still remember the great times I spent with them and smile. She said, even though you have to leave, you can always remember the fun times you had here with us. Izuku stayed silent throughout her speech. What she was saying ran through his mind. It made sense. He'd met many great people who he had to leave behind. Melissa, Katsuma, Mahoro, Rody. Even though he can't talk to them as much as he wants, he can still remember the time they'd spent together and smile. RWBY took his silence as a sign he was thinking and smiled sadly. I'll just go back to bed now. You should come back soon. First day of school tomorrow. She turned around to leave, but was stopped when Izuku called out to her. Izuku didn't know what he was doing, and sure there was a part of him telling himself that he was doing the wrong thing, but there was another part, much smaller but louder, telling him to open himself up to others and accept their help. He wasn't going to change, he still needed to stay focused, but maybe one or two people helping him out wouldn't be so bad. So when RWBY looked back to him, he opened his mouth and spoke up. You're a good friend, RWBY. RWBY said nothing back, instead opting to give him a sweet smile. Toshinori dug through the rubble, not caring about all the dust and dirt that was dirtying his clothing. He'd been called immediately after the explosion and rushed over to the scene. He immediately tried digging through the rubble, trying to find Izuku, but he had zero luck. We need to keep digging, he told Endeavor. The rest of the heroes had left, retreated to make a new plan of action, but Toshinori had seen the look on all their faces as they'd left. They were distraught. It's been 2 hours since the mansion exploded, Endeavor sighed. If Deku was alive, we would know. He tried to convince Toshinori to stop wasting his energy. He isn't dead, he's still alive, Toshinori shouted. He's dead, Endeavor boomed, silencing Toshinori. The man took a deep breath and spoke again in a much quieter voice. Izuku Midoriya has died. There is nothing else to it. We've lost our strongest fighter, and now we have to face All for One and Shigaraki without him. He turned away and looked down at the ground. Without Midoriya, we've already lost this battle, he said before leaving. Toshinori fell to his knees and held his head in his hands. His tears dropped to the ground as he sobbed. He knew Izuku was alive. His gut was telling him, and he always trusted his gut. The only problem was he had no clue where the boy was. Young Midoriya, where are you? Weiss slowly awoke to the gentle chirping of some birds outside. The sun in her face, but not in an obnoxious way, instead it felt like it was gently waking her up. A small smile came to her face as she opened her eyes. But she wasn't prepared to see RWBY right in her face blowing a whistle. Weiss screamed and tumbled out of her bed and onto the floor. From the other side of the room, Weiss watched as Izuku's eyes snapped open. He reached his hand up and multiple energy tendrils shot out from his hand and hooked into the ceiling. He took a few heavy breaths before he looked around. Noticing he was safe in his room, Black Whip slowly went away as he calmed down. What in the world is wrong with you? Weiss yelled angrily. She was in the process of getting up already. She didn't need a dolt with a whistle to pierce her eardrums. And not to mention her moronic action caused their male roommate to almost destroy the dorm. Ahem. RWBY cleared her throat and looked around the room. Blake and Yang were already dressed in their uniforms. Weiss was still on the ground. And Izuku still looked shaken up, as if he'd just woken up from a nightmare. Now that everyone's awake, we can finally begin our first order of business. The younger girl proclaimed. Excuse me, Weiss asked in disbelief. Decorating. Yang cheered. She held a cardboard box, which no doubt held multiple of the girl's personal belongings. What? Weiss shouted. I should have just slept outside, Izuku muttered as he slowly arose from his bed. He rubbed his eyes, which were still half shut, and yawned loudly. We still have to unpack, Blake informed the white-haired girl. She held up her suitcase, which wasn't closed properly, causing the contents to spill onto the ground. And clean, she added. Weiss groaned and stood up. Her face told everyone she wasn't excited about cleaning and decorating. And her face only further soured after RWBY blew the whistle obnoxiously in her face, causing her to fall over in shock. All right, Weiss, Blake, Yang, their fearless leader RWBY and their backup Izuku, have begun their first mission. She held her fist up in the air, banzai. Blake and Yang followed RWBY and held their fists up in the air like she did, banzai. Weiss just stared at them, dumbfounded before sighing. She was already up, and there were many boxes to unpack, so she might as well just go along with it. But if this was how she'd be woken up every morning, she was going to ask for a new room. And so, the team got to work. Yang put a poster of 6 guys in various posters labeled the Archive Men above her bed. Weiss took out a beautiful painting of the Forever Fall forest and adjusted it so it was perfectly straight. She smirked and nodded when she saw it met her standards. Blake put away her collection of books. Since Izuku would be staying with them, she took note of a few books that they could read together like they did before. When she picked up a copy of Ninjas of Love, a heavy blush arose on her cheeks. She quickly looked around before hiding the book, not wanting anyone to find it. RWBY positioned Crescent Rose at an exact angle so she could perfectly cut off a diagonal portion. Izuku decided to go have a shower. He hadn't had one for a very long time and he smelled so bad he was amazed none of the girls pointed out the stench. So he grabbed his uniform, which was inside the wardrobe, and brought it into the bathroom where he stripped out of his clothes and savored the hot water running down his body. Team RWBY quickly zoomed around the room and finished unpacking. Once they finished, they admired their handiwork, only to notice a problem. The 5 beds were all squashed in the middle of the room. This isn't going to work, Weiss stated. It is a bit cramped. Blake agreed. Maybe we should ditch some of our stuff, Yang suggested, sneaking a glance at Weiss, who had packed the most stuff. Or we could ditch the beds and replace them with bunk beds. RWBY clapped her hands in excitement. That sounds extremely dangerous, Weiss pointed out. And super awesome, Yang grinned. It does seem efficient, Blake nodded. Weiss couldn't believe they were going to go along with this idea. Well, we should put it to a vote, she said, hoping that one of them would see that this was a stupid idea. I think we just did. RWBY looked around at Blake and Yang. Luckily, Weiss still had an ace hidden up her sleeve. And what about Izuku? Even if he's only our backup, he's a part of this team, so he should get a vote. She'd hoped that would be enough to convince RWBY that this was a horrible idea, but Yang smirked from beside the girl. Right now, it's 1 against 3. Even if Izuku votes no, it'll still be 2 against 3. Majority wins. Drat, Weiss thought with a scowl. Meanwhile in the bathroom, Izuku continued to stand underneath the showerhead. He brought his hand up to inspect how injured it was, but he was shocked to find no scar, just a pink line where the cut previously was. What? He thought, examining his hand further. This didn't make sense. How did he heal? One for All didn't have a healing quirk. He ran his right thumb over the pink line and squinted his eyes. He needed to think. Outside of the bathroom, Team RWBY stared at their beds. Weiss' bed was on the ground next to her art and luggage. Blake's bed was on the floor next to her books, which were used to support Yang's bed, which rested on top of Blake's. And finally, RWBY's bed was hanging from ropes attached to the ceiling with a blanket over it, making it look like a tent. But there was only one thing blocking them from a more spacious room. What are we going to do about Izuku's bed? RWBY questioned. Well, we can't have it on the ground. It takes up too much room, Weiss claimed. So what if we hang it up like RWBY's bed? Yang asked. The legs could hit someone's head, Blake stated. So we ditch the frame. Yang shrugged before the girls froze. That actually wasn't that bad of an idea. They quickly got to disassembling the frame before grabbing some leftover ropes. They quickly hung Izuku's bed up near the ceiling. The girls smiled when they walked underneath it and didn't hit their heads. Perfect. RWBY grinned before it quickly faded. They might have thought this was a good idea, but what about Izuku? She'd just gained his friendship and didn't want to lose it so quick. Izuku had left the shower, his head hurting from all the thinking he did. No matter how hard he thought, he just couldn't figure out how he healed. So instead he decided to store those thoughts away for later. Maybe RWBY could help explain what was happening. Izuku grabbed his uniform before slipping into it. The uniform was the same size as the clothes Glinda had given him. So that's how they knew what would fit me, Izuku thought with a hum. He fiddled with his tie and tied it into his lopsided knot before tucking what he could underneath his blue vest. He did up the buttons on his suit before looking at himself in the mirror. He wasn't going to lie, the uniform looked nice. He walked out of the bathroom and looked at the girls. RWBY was avoiding his eyesight for some reason, but Yang quickly gained his attention. You sure spent a lot of time in the shower. Were you thinking of me? Yang asked, fluttering her eyelashes at him. Why would I be thinking of you? Izuku asked, unsure of what she was talking about. A moment of silence was shared between them before Izuku's face exploded in a blush as he realized what she was talking about. He quickly shook his head. No, I was thinking about some other things, he hastily claimed. His mother had given him books when he was first going through puberty, so he knew exactly what Yang was talking about. If you say so, Yang laughed, relishing in the moment. Izuku sighed and stopped paying attention to her laughter. His attention was instead shifted to the beds. What did you guys do to the beds? Izuku asked, squinting at the DIY bunk beds that looked incredibly dangerous. One bunk bed was being supported by nothing but books, and the other one was being held up by some rope attached to the holes he'd made in the ceiling earlier. Sure, there was a lot more space now, but this was going to kill someone. But when he took another look around the room, he noticed something strange. Where's my bed? RWBY nervously giggled, an action that greatly worried Izuku. She pointed upwards and Izuku followed and found a mattress being suspended by multiple ropes. At first he wanted to be annoyed. They'd literally stolen his bed frame and hung his bed off the ceiling. But then he thought about it. Sleeping on just a mattress wasn't that bad. He'd slept on futons before and enjoyed them. The only difference between his futon and this mattress was that this mattress couldn't be folded in two. And the ropes were set up in a way that Izuku could enter the bed, but if he rolled over, he'd just bump against them. Besides, if he did fall, he probably wouldn't hurt himself too bad. At most it was a broken arm, but it was more likely he'd just bruise whatever part of his body he'd fall on. RWBY waited for Izuku's reaction to what they did with his bed. She sighed in relief when he nodded his head in approval, although he still looked slightly hesitant. All right, with that settled, our second order of business is, RWBY took a second to think before she snapped her fingers, classes. We have a few classes together today. At 9 we need to be in. RWBY stopped talking when Weiss suddenly spoke up. What? Did you say 9 o'clock? RWBY nodded her head and Weiss' face went pale. It's 8:55, you dunce. She yelled before running out the door. To class, RWBY shouted before rushing after Weiss. Yang and Blake quickly followed after the smaller girl. Izuku walked to the door and watched as across the hall, a door opened with Team JNPR peeking out of it, each member on top of the other. Class? John questioned from the bottom before his eyes widened. He lost his balance, causing the others to fall on top of him. We're gonna be late. He exclaimed before he and his team ran after Team RWBY. Izuku stood there for a few seconds before pulling out his scroll. Holding it in the right position, he opened up his timetable and found what class he was supposed to be in. He opened up the map and memorized the directions before putting the scroll away and getting down into a startup position. Green lightning enveloped his skin before 4 tendrils of black whip shot out of his back and waved around gently. Normally this would be breaking the law, but considering this world didn't have any laws against quirks, he was technically in the clear. And while he didn't care if he was late for class, he wasn't going to let the others make a bad first impression by being late on their first day. God help them if their teacher is like Aizawa. Izuku kicked off the ground and dashed in the direction of the others. John was pushing his body to the limit so he could make it to class, but he wasn't expecting a green blur to dash past them. Connected to the figure were a few black tendrils. Each tendril wrapped around 2 of the students before tightening to keep them in place. Wah! Was all John could get out before his body was yanked by the tendrils. Ozpin and Glinda watched from the courtyard as Izuku ran past them at incredible speeds. The tendrils coming out of his back were attached to Team RWBY and JNPR, who were all screaming, or in Nora's case, laughing. As they quickly disappeared, Glinda took off her glasses and wiped them, unsure of what she just witnessed, while Ozpin took a sip from his drink with a hidden smile. Izuku watched as an elderly, mustached man walked around the front of the classroom. On the board behind him were multiple types of Grimm. While he had no clue what most of them were, he did recognize the Beowulf. Monsters, demons, prowlers of the night. The teacher, Peter Port, exclaimed spookily, hoping to scare the children. Yes, the creatures of Grimm have many names, but I merely refer to them as prey. He laughed at his own bad joke. Team RWBY and Izuku were sitting up the front, each displaying various stages of interest. Yang and Blake were sitting up straight and paying attention to everything Professor Port was saying. Weiss was taking notes. Izuku was reading about the Grimm on the board, and RWBY had her head propped in her hands as she took a small nap, but was awoken by the man's bad joke, which received no reaction from the other students. Port trailed off, not expecting this sort of reaction. He cleared his throat and continued on with the lecture. And you shall too, upon graduating from this prestigious academy. Now, as I was saying, Vale, as well as the other kingdoms, are safe havens in an otherwise treacherous world. Our planet is absolutely teeming with creatures that would love nothing more than to tear you to pieces. And that's where we come in. Huntsmen, huntresses. He shot a wink at Yang, who shifted and groaned uncomfortably at. Izuku shot a glare at the teacher and moved closer to the girl, as if to tell the teacher to back off, which he did. Yang smiled at the small action. Ahem. Individuals who have sworn to protect those who cannot protect themselves. From what, you ask? Why, the very world. Yep, a student agreed, raising his fist to the sky in agreement. When he noticed everyone looking at him strangely, he sat back down silently. That is what you are training to become. But first, a story. A tale of a young, handsome man. Me. When I was a boy, I should have just skipped classes. Izuku sighed, resting his head on his desk. Weiss noticed RWBY scribbling on a piece of paper and smiled as she thought the girl was taking her studies seriously. Despite smelling of cabbages, my grandfather was a wise man. Peter, he told me. Weiss' smile dropped into a heavy frown when RWBY unveiled her work. It was a crudely drawn picture of Port. It was nothing more than a ball with stick limbs and a head with stink lines rising from its body. Professor Poop was written underneath. RWBY blew a raspberry while Blake chuckled and Yang laughed. Ah hey hem. Port coughed, waiting until everyone was paying attention to him. In the end, the Beowulf was no match for my sheer tenacity, and I returned to the village with the beast in captivity and my head held high, celebrated as a hero. He exclaimed proudly. The man bowed as Weiss got more and more frustrated with how RWBY was acting. The moral of this story. A true huntsman must be honorable. RWBY balanced an apple on her book using a pencil with only her finger while making a funny face. A true huntsman must be dependable. RWBY had fallen asleep again. A true huntsman must be strategic, well-educated, and wise. RWBY was not so subtly picking her nose. So, who among you believes themselves to be the embodiment of these traits? Port asked. Weiss was incredibly close to blowing a gasket. She raised her hand. I do, sir. She claimed through gritted teeth. Yang kicked the back of Izuku's chair, which caused him to jerk up. Yes. He exclaimed, looking around the classroom before turning his head to see Yang give him a mischievous grin. Well then, Mr. Midoriya, Ms. Schnee. Let's find out. Port turned and gestured at the 2 shaking cages. Something big was inside them, but neither Weiss nor Izuku were concerned. Step forward and face your opponent. The man exclaimed excitedly. The Borbatusk waited in its cage. It could sense them, creatures made by the god of light. It snarled and banged against its cage, but then it felt something move up near the cage. It had blended in with the other negativity, but now that it was closer, it could sense it. A source of overwhelming negativity. This sent the Borbatusk into a fury as it banged on the door violently, wanting to be let out. Wanting to rip the source to shreds. When it felt the lock on the cage door break, it rushed out, ready to kill whatever was producing all that negativity. But it stopped when it noticed something odd. The source of the negativity's aura was different than the rest of the humans and faunus. It took the shape of a human, but its presence was unnatural. Whatever this creature was, it was not created by the god of light. Izuku watched as the boar-like creature stared at him for a few moments, as if to study him. This wasn't the first time one of those creatures looked at him like that. Before the Beowulf's attack, they stared at him oddly as well. But like the Beowulfs, this one soon snapped out of its daze and charged the boy. Izuku knew that it was going to charge him. When he was reading the board, he saw that all the common attacks listed underneath each creature. Borbatusks normally used their tusks to fight, but they could also spin along their spines. But when they were attacking, it was hard for them to change their direction. All of those facts combined spelled out a very simple plan. Just don't stand in their way. Izuku charged up one for all before hopping to the side. He wanted to see if 10% was capable of taking out this creature. 15% was enough to one-shot the Beowulfs and allowed him to easily defeat the Alpha. Judging by the creature's physicality, it was probably closer to the Alpha in terms of power than the regular Beowulfs. The Borbatusk quickly skidded along the ground, trying to stop so it could change its course. Izuku held out his hand and curled his finger. A high-pitched groan came from his gloves as he flicked. A gust of wind slammed into the creature's side, sending it careening to the side. "Go, Izuku!" RWBY cheered from the side. "Go, go, go!" Blake and Yang copied RWBY. But Izuku wasn't paying attention to them. Unless they were screaming for help, their words just went in one ear and out the other. He directed all his focus to the fight, and since he was well rested, he was able to focus more on the creature. So when it got up to face him and lowered its head, he knew exactly what was going to happen. The creature dashed forwards and rolled along its spine, spinning towards Izuku at a dangerous speed. Izuku merely took a deep breath and closed his eyes, not moving a single muscle. Team RWBY's smile slowly fell as the Grim got closer and closer to Izuku, but still he didn't move. He could feel danger sense screaming at him, but still he waited. Within moments the Borbatusk was seconds away from impact, ready to ram into the boy and stab him with one of its tusks. "Izuku!" RWBY shouted out in fear. Now, Izuku's eyes shot open. He held out his hands and caught the Borbatusk's horns. He slid back from the force, but quickly stopped with the Borbatusk frozen in place. Its 4 red eyes stared at him wide-eyed before he lifted up his leg and delivered a brutal kick to its snout. A loud crack echoed around the classroom as one of the creature's smaller tusks fell to the ground, broken off from the impact of the kick. Izuku didn't wait and see how the creature would react. Instead he opted to continue slamming his foot into the creature's face, delivering blow after blow. Since he was holding onto the bigger tusks, the large creature wasn't able to get knocked back. The creature was durable. His kicks were doing significant damage, but unfortunately weren't getting the job done. So he just needed to keep going and wear the creature down. The class was silent, watching as the boy continued to brutalize the creature. Kick after kick, each student winced as his foot made contact with the creature's snout. For some reason, the boy wasn't going for the kill. Instead it looked like he wanted to cause as much suffering to the creature as possible before ending its life. It was horrifying. After a few more kicks, Izuku let go of the tusks and sent one last kick. The Borbatusk crashed into the wall and slowly looked up. The Grim coughed up a tar-like substance before the strange substance dissipated into smoke. Its small left tusk was broken off, and its right one looked close to shattering. Its snout was caved in and the armor around its snout had multiple cracks. It looked back to the boy and watched as he stood still awaiting the creature's next move. His soulless eyes watching its every move. His fists curled as though ready to deliver one final punch. This boy wasn't something created by the god of light. This boy was something else. Something foreign. Something dangerous. Something that would beat it within an inch of its life and then leave it to die a slow, painful death. The Borbatusk ran as fast as it could, but instead of rushing Izuku like everyone thought it would, it retreated back into its cage in fear. It noticed the doors were still open and it cowered at the back of the cage, hoping the boy wouldn't walk in and finish the job. Izuku stared at the shaking Grim. Danger sense wasn't warning him about the creature, so Izuku saw no reason to continue the fight. But first he had to do something. He slowly began walking towards the cage. The Borbotusk snarled in a feeble attempt to intimidate the boy, but that didn't work. He stood outside the cage staring at the creature, before reaching to the doors of the cage and shutting them, locking the beast inside. He turned to face the professor. "Done," he replied before walking back to his chair, not bothering with the fearful gazes everyone was giving him. He did what was necessary. He had a hypothesis, and so he needed to see the results. Professor Port coughed. "Thank you for that. Interesting showing, Mr. Midoriya." He nervously smiled at the boy before turning to Weiss. "Now, Ms. Schnee, let us see how you will fare against the Grim." "Go, Weiss," Yang shouted out. "Fight well," Blake said, waving a small flag saying, "RWBY." "Yeah, represent Team RWBY." Ruby cheered. "Ruby, I'm trying to focus." Weiss scolded the girl as she lowered her rapier to glare. "Oh, I'm sorry," Ruby meekly apologized, looking away shyly. Izuku furrowed his brows at Weiss. Why didn't she yell at Yang and Blake when they were encouraging her? Why did she just pick on Ruby? Port swung his weapon down and broke the lock on the second cage. The second Borbotusk immediately charged Weiss, not stopping and staring at her like the first one did with Izuku. Said boy narrowed his eyes as he watched the girl pull out her rapier and deflect the oncoming attack. She rolled to the side and readied herself for the next attack. The Grim stood a few meters away, studying the girl. "That's weird," Izuku thought, examining the Grim. It looked like it was trying to figure out where to attack next. But what Izuku was confused about was the fact that this Grim didn't look confused at her. "Ha ha, weren't expecting that, were you?" Port exclaimed. "Hang in there, Weiss," Ruby encouraged. Weiss dashed towards the Borbotusk and held out her weapon. But the Borbotusk was faster. It quickly turned its head, sending the blade between its small and large tusk. It swung its head to the side, tossing Weiss, who was still holding onto the rapier, off the ground and shaking her around as she tried to reclaim Murdenaster. "Bold, new approach, but will it work out for you?" Port questioned from the side, watching the battle with glee. "Hang in there, Weiss," Ruby shouted. Weiss turned her head to glare at Ruby, an action Izuku caught. The Grim turned its head one final time and ripped the rapier from her grip. The blade was flung away from its master, who was knocked back by the Borbotusk's tusks. "Oh ho, now what will you do without your weapon?" Port questioned. Weiss quickly heard the creature approaching and looked up to see the Grim charge again. She quickly rolled to the side just in time to avoid getting trampled. From the corner of her eye, she could see Izuku staring at the Grim with an extremely creepy stare. He looked tense, like he was ready to step in if the creature was about to land a devastating attack. She quickly rushed to her rapier and grabbed it before turning around to face the Grim with a glare. "Weiss, go for its belly. There's no armor underneath. Stop telling me what to do." Weiss yelled at Ruby with a tone so spiteful, it made everyone in the room flinch. This didn't make sense to Izuku. Why did Weiss only snap at Ruby? Blake and Yang were yelling at her as well, and Ruby was only trying to help. Besides, what did she have to gain by yelling at her team's leader? That thought made him pause as his mind began to take all the pieces of the puzzle and click them together in perfect form. It made so much more sense now. She was jealous. Meanwhile, the Borbotusk got angrier, feeling the girl's negativity increase drastically. It leapt into the air and landed on its spine, rolling along the ground ready to slam into the girl. Weiss quickly summoned a glyph and blocked the attack. It toppled back onto its back and she used this opportunity to drive Murdenaster into the creature's stomach. It squealed loudly as the blade pierced the creature's skin and thrashed around. Weiss sunk the blade deeper into the Borbotusk. It let out one final squeal before going silent, its body still. Weiss let out a few pants, staring at the corpse before she was snapped out of her daze by Professor Port clapping. "Bravo. Bravo. You two did very well today," he stated, looking at both Weiss and Izuku, it looks like we are in the presence of a true huntsman and huntress in training. Weiss slowly got up and glared at a frowning RWBY. But it appears that is all the time we have for today. Be sure to cover the assignment readings and stay vigilant. Class dismissed. Weiss quickly headed towards the door and exited the classroom, passing John, who had just finished his class in the opposite room. He watched as the crabby girl left and saw RWBY ran after the girl. He turned to the door and watched as Izuku and the remaining girls of Team RWBY walked out the door. Sheesh, what's with her? He asked. Blake and Yang looked at each other and shrugged, not understanding why the girl was in such a mood. Izuku sighed and shook his head. It's something I'm going to need to deal with before she does something she'll regret, he muttered before turning to walk away, but he turned to face the others. I'll see you later, Ark, he bid farewell to John before turning to the other two girls. Xiaolong, Belladonna, he nodded before walking after RWBY. RWBY turned the corner to find Weiss stomping away. Her hands tightened into fists and her posture hunched. Weiss, RWBY called out. What? Weiss snarled, turning to face the girl with a glare. RWBY was taken aback by the look she was getting, but continued onwards. What's wrong with you? Why are you acting so? What's wrong with me? Weiss exclaimed, putting a hand on her chest. What was the girl expecting? She had every right to be mad. She noticed Izuku stepping out from behind the corner and stare at her with his cold and dead eyes, but that wasn't going to stop her from ripping into her so-called leader. What's wrong with you? You're supposed to be a leader, yet all you've done is be a general nuisance. RWBY's eyes widened in shock and her mouth dropped open at the harsh words. What did I do? She questioned with indignation. She turned around to see Izuku standing there. He just stared at the scene with what looked to be indifference, like he was just a spectator, something he didn't care for. That's just it. You've done nothing to earn your position. Weiss complained, sending RWBY's attention back to her. Back in the forest you acted like a child, and you've only continued to do so. She accused her. RWBY looked taken aback and confused at the situation. She had no idea what she was supposed to do or say. Weiss, where is this coming from? What happened to all the talk about working together? I thought you believed in acting as a team. RWBY stammered. The resulting glare was so cold, RWBY felt like her insides were being frozen. Not a team led by you. I've studied and trained, and frankly, I deserve better. She spat before turning around, but not before dealing one last blow to RWBY's confidence. Ozpin made a mistake, she said before quickly walking away. RWBY stood in the hallway, on the verge of tears. And it didn't help that Izuku walked by her, heading in the direction Weiss was walking in with a very menacing look. Where are you going? She weakly called out, but her friend didn't answer back. Now that didn't seem to go very well, a familiar voice spoke up from behind her. She slowly turned around to see Ozpin standing there, a mug of hot chocolate in one hand and his cane in the other. Is she right? She whispered. Did you make a mistake? Ozpin only offered her a small smile. That remains to be seen, he hummed. What do you mean? RWBY asked. It's only been a single day. RWBY, I've made more mistakes than any man, woman or child on this planet, and I will probably continue to make more mistakes. But appointing you team leader, I don't consider that to be one. Ozpin claimed. He gently shook his head side to side before continuing. Being a team leader isn't just a title you carry into battle, but a badge you wear constantly. If you're not always performing at your absolute best, then what reason do you give others to follow you? RWBY thought about what he was saying and smiled. Ozpin turned away but continued to talk. You've been burdened with a daunting responsibility, RWBY. I advise you to take some time to think about how you will uphold it. And do not worry about Ms. Schnee. I suspect Mr. Midoriya will help her understand what she's trying to do is wrong. Weiss rested her arms on the balcony, looking out to the sunset. A tiny smile came to her face as she admired the ways the light reflected off the lake. But the smile was quickly turned into a scowl as she heard footsteps walking onto the balcony. She was about to turn and yell at who she thought was RWBY, but the scowl soon became a more neutral face when Izuku came into her peripheral view. You walk pretty fast, Schnee, Izuku stated as he leaned against the railing next to Weiss, looking out to the horizon with a tired stare. She noticed his eye bags were starting to fade, but he still looked tired in her opinion. The two of them remained silent, staring off into the distance. Soon a cold, gentle breeze blew by them, making Weiss shiver. Izuku saw this and unbuttoned his blazer and gently placed it atop Weiss' shoulders. "What's this for?" she muttered. The boy shrugged. "You're cold, and I'm not," he stated, not bothering to turn and face her. Eventually, Weiss sighed, not enjoying the tension in the air. "What do you want, Izuku?" she asked. "I want a lot of things. I want to go home. I want to save my world. I want to see my mother again. But right now, I want to talk to you," he said. Weiss opened her mouth to speak, but Izuku held his hand up, still not turning to face her. "I know you're jealous of RWBY because she's the leader. And from what I gathered in the hall, you believe you're the one who should lead. Is that right, or did I miss something?" he asked. Weiss stared at him in shock before looking back to the scenery. She could believe she was about to open up to a boy she barely knows, but there wasn't really anyone else to vent to. Besides, out of everyone she knew in her dorm, he seemed like the most responsible. "It's just, I've trained. I've practiced. I've done so much RWBY hasn't. So yes, I believe I should have been the leader of Team RWBY," she told Izuku. She waited for Izuku's reaction. Waited for him to agree with her and offer to go talk to Ozpin on her behalf, but his continual silence was starting to get on her nerves. "Well, say something. What do you want me to say?" Izuku asked. "Do you want me to say that I agree with you?" He gently shook his head. "Because no, I don't think you should have been the leader of Team RWBY." Weiss blinked a few times before she started getting angry again. "So what, you trust Ozpin's decision?" "No, I don't trust Ozpin," Izuku admitted. Weiss smiled, but that was quickly wiped from her face as the boy continued talking. "But I also don't trust Professor Port. I don't trust Ms. Goodwitch, and I don't trust you either," Izuku coldly stated. Why don't you trust me? We live in the same dorm room," Weiss yelled. "Because I don't know you. I barely know anyone here. You're all strangers to me. I don't know if you can be trusted or not. The only person here I trust is probably RWBY," Izuku claimed. Weiss raised an eyebrow at the fact he called RWBY by her given name instead of her family name like he did with everyone else. "Even so, why do you not believe I should be the leader of Team RWBY? Did you not see how exceptional I was on the battlefield just then?" Weiss proudly boasted. Izuku turned his head to face her and she looked deep into her eyes. It felt like he was staring deep into her soul, trying to pick her apart from the inside and find out what made her tick. "That's not what I saw. You were constantly making mistakes," he stated. "I could have done better if RWBY hadn't been distracting me," Weiss argued. "If RWBY was able to distract you with just that, how would you fare on a real battlefield?" Izuku asked with a cold tone. Weiss turned to face him and saw him glaring off into the distance with narrowed eyes. "There will be enemies to fight, people to save, and you're going to have to choose what you're going to do. And trust me, the enemy isn't going to give you any time to think. If RWBY's chatter was enough to throw you off your game, then maybe it would be best for you to just quit." Weiss was completely enraged. Who did this boy think he was? "At least I wasn't brutalizing the Borbatusk just for the sake of it," she accused. "I wasn't brutalizing it," Izuku claimed softly. Weiss scoffed. "Then what were you doing? Playing with it? Because you looked incredibly interested every time you kicked it." She noticed his body tensed up as he tried to control himself, but she just kept pushing. "Well, answer me. If you weren't brutalizing the Grim, what were you doing?" "I heard it like that because I was scared," Izuku snapped in a tone so cold it rivaled her own. He noticed that she flinched and took in a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. Once he felt more at ease, he continued, "I'm not like you. Any of you. You've all grown up being taught that slaughtering these creatures was the best thing to do. But I was never taught the same lessons. When I grew up, I was taught that killing was the ultimate crime. An act that only villains did. Now I'm older and see that sometimes you have to kill to save people, but the lessons I believed for 15 years don't just vanish so easily," he explained, tightening his hand into a fist. Weiss stared at him, hanging off every word he was saying. "I told myself that if I have to kill, it's because that's the only choice I have left. But the problem is that Grim come in all different shapes and sizes. I don't know how much they can take before dying." Weiss slowly nodded, her anger taking a backseat to her curiosity. So you weren't brutalizing it? You were. Izuku nodded. I was testing it. I need to establish a baseline for how much of my power I can use. And from what I've seen with the Beowulfs and the Borbatusk, 10% so far is how much power I need to dispatch all the Grimm I've encountered so far. Weiss slowly nodded, understanding where he was coming from, but her blood ran cold and her face went pale when she processed the last sentence. Excuse me. She stuttered. Did you say that what you did back in the classroom was only 10% of what you can do? Izuku froze, his mind racing back to what he'd just said before he mentally cursed himself. He didn't want to reveal how powerful he was, and he'd just let it slip because he was too careless. I'm so stupid, he thought, but complaining about it wasn't going to do him any good. A thought popped into his mind and he gently nodded to himself. He didn't necessarily have to tell the whole truth. Technically he was using 10% of one for all. Yes, he said, not bothering to include anything else that might give more away. He quickly tried to shift the conversation away from how powerful he was and put it back on track. If it looked like I was brutalizing that creature just for fun. If the other kids will avoid me because they're scared of me. If it means I don't need to take a life I think doesn't need to be taken. Then I can accept that, he softly said before straightening up. He was getting off topic. And speaking of accepting things, you're going to need to accept the fact that RWBY is the leader and you aren't. Weiss, anger began to take over as she shook her head. No, she doesn't deserve to be leader. She's too childish and immature. Ozpin probably isn't going to change the leaders. So what are you going to try and do? Izuku questioned. Then I'll just force her to mature. And there it was. The reason Izuku was concerned, and his fears were now justified. He shook his head. That is the worst thing you could do. If you try to do that, you're going to make RWBY a worse leader than you think she is now. He warned her. How will that make her a bad leader? She'll act less like a child and more like an adult. Weiss claimed. Izuku sighed and muttered something in another language before starting her in the eyes. Follow me, he ordered. Weiss followed after him and soon found themselves inside the dorms. He fumbled through his area in his wardrobe and pulled some weird device out of a drawer. He powered it on and flicked through it. She noted it looked similar to a scroll, but less advanced. He soon pulled up a photo and passed the phone to her without a word. She took the device and examined it closely, and what she found shocked her. It was a picture of Izuku, but he looked completely different. Bright, shining eyes with black pupils. A cheerful smile as if he didn't have a worry in the world. Then she looked up from the phone and examined the boy. Dark bags underneath a pair of dull and lifeless eyes. A tired frown plastered onto his face. It was almost impossible for her to believe this was the same person. What happened to you? Weiss asked, the edge in her voice gone. Instead it had been replaced by genuine concern. What I'm trying to prevent you from doing to RWBY, Izuku answered, taking the phone back from her and putting it into his pocket. My world was thrown upside down by a madman, and I'm the only one who has the power to stop him. It was up to me to find and defeat him. That, combined with multiple other things, forced me to mature faster than I was supposed to. And what you see in front of you is the result. He sighed and held his hand up to his face, as is to hide from Weiss. I didn't, Weiss stammered. She was speechless. All this information was dumped on her and she had no idea what to think or say. But one thing was certain. She now saw Izuku in a totally different light. He wasn't just some edgy boy who was just cold and rude for the sake of it. This was a boy who'd been beaten down by the world, and yet he still tries to carry on. Then she felt sick. If he hadn't intervened and she went through with her plan, RWBY might have ended up the exact same way. You don't need to say anything to me, Izuku said, walking towards the door. I'm already too far gone, but RWBY isn't. I know you try to put up a cold and rude front, but I can tell underneath all that is a girl who just wants to prove to the world she's strong. So please be strong and do the right thing. For RWBY's sake, he said before walking out the door, leaving Weiss all alone in the room to process his words. Weiss walked into the dorm rooms late at night and looked around. Blake and Yang were asleep. There was a lump in the suspended mattress, so she assumed Izuku was in there, and there was a small light in RWBY's bed. Weiss lifted the blanket to see RWBY fast asleep, a pencil in her hands and multiple open books scattered around her. Weiss was amazed at the girl's determination. She cleared her throat and gently shook Ruby awake. Ruby groaned and slowly opened her face. She looked at Weiss for a few moments before panicking. Weiss. I was studying, and then I fell asleep. I'm sorry. She apologized. She was about to continue her apology before Weiss covered the girl's mouth with her hand and put a finger to her lips. Ruby understood what Weiss was trying to say and nodded. She took her hand off the girl's mouth and looked at the empty coffee cup on the bed. How do you take your coffee? She questioned quietly. I don't. Answer the question. Weiss snapped, but she made sure to be quiet while doing so. Cream and 5 sugars. Ruby replied. Izuku's eyes snapped open from his bed as he heard Ruby's order. He hadn't yet fallen asleep since he wanted to see if Weiss had taken his advice. He wasn't expecting to hear Ruby say her coffee was essentially cocaine in a cup. How did the girl expect to get to sleep later on? But Weiss didn't seem fazed by the order. Wait here, she whispered before ducking out of Ruby's view. A few minutes later she reappeared, holding a fresh cup of coffee for the girl. Ruby looked flabbergasted at how kind the girl was being. Thanks. Weiss smiled at the girl and closed her eyes, slightly frustrated. She wasn't used to apologizing, but then the image of Ruby looking broken and beaten like Izuku popped into her mind, and that was all the encouragement she needed. I'm sorry, she said, not looking Ruby in the eyes out of embarrassment. I said some things that were completely out of line and I let my feelings get the best of me. I just want you to know I'm going to be the best teammate you'll ever have. For the umpteenth time that day, Ruby was shocked, but that shock soon developed into happiness. Even though Weiss never named him, she knew Izuku looked out for her and helped her out with mending her relationship with the white-haired girl. And I look forward to being the best leader you'll ever have, she smiled. Weiss smiled back and looked over her work before pointing to one of her answers. That one's wrong by the way. She helped before popping back out of Ruby's vision. Hey Ruby, Ruby heard her softly call out. Yeah, she peeked under her sheet to see Weiss smiling at her from the door. I always wanted bunk beds as a kid, she stated before softly closing the door. A bright smile came to Ruby's face as she took a sip from her cup and continued to study. From his bed, a tiny smile came to Izuku's face as he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, content with how everything turned out. From outside the door, Weiss stood still. She was happy with how her apology went, but there was something else eating away inside of her. Izuku Midoriya. Now that she knew more about him, something kept nagging her. The fact that he claimed he was too far gone. She thought it was utter rubbish. If he was too far gone, he wouldn't have confided his feelings to her. If he were too far gone, he wouldn't have tried to dissuade her from forcing Ruby to grow up. Izuku Midoriya wasn't too far gone. He'd helped stop her from doing something that would have ruined a life, so it was only fair she helped him realize he was still within reach. Nana watched as Toshinori's vestige remained still. She was scared. Scared of the thought that if Toshi appeared, what would happen to Izuku? The boy was already mentally damaged and if Toshi appeared she wouldn't know how he'd react. She knew one thing though. It wouldn't be pretty. Sighing, she turned to all the other vestiges, who were meditating or thinking like she was. She turned back to Toshinori, but that's when she noticed something strange. He looked completely stationary, but when she paid close attention, she could see him moving. The only question she had was why was he moving so slow? To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.